Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome to the Board of Education Board meeting. I would like to call the meeting to order. Please note that tonight we are using the closed captioning feature, and the captioning will also be visible on the YouTube live stream. For those speaking during the meeting, please speak clearly so the closed captions are as accurate as possible. So would everyone in the boardroom please stand as you're able and join in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Juro fidelidad a la verdad de los Estados Unidos de América y a la República que representa una nación bajo Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos. Sorry. So, Ms. King, may I have a roll call, please?
Peggy Mueller-Aragon.
Here.
Danielle Gonzalez.
Here.
Barbara Peterson.
Here.
Crystal Tapia Romero.
Here.
Josefina Dominguez.
Here.
Courtney Jackson.
Here.
Yolanda Montoya Cordova.
Here. Community members may attend the APS Board of Education meetings in person here at the Alice and Bruce King Educational Complex at 6400 Uptown Boulevard Northeast, or by watching the live stream on the APS Board of Education YouTube channel. So our first item for consideration and action is adoption of the March 1st, 2023 Board of Education meeting agenda and approval of the February 8th, 2023 Special Board of Education work study on student outcomes focused governance meeting minutes and the January 9th, 2023 Capital Outlay Property and Technology Committee meeting minutes. Do I have a motion, please?
I will make the motion, but I would like to amend to pull from consent
We'll do that when, I see. Okay.
because I have to amend the agenda.
You can amend it. Okay, yes.
Okay, so I'm going to amend, I move to amend the March 1st, 2023 Board of Education meeting agenda by removing 5A, 5A3 and 5A6, which are board policies IG, board policy IH, and board policy IK.
Okay.
And then I further move to approve the February 8th, 2023 Special Board of Education meeting work study on student outcomes focused governance meeting minutes and the January 9th, 2023 Capital Outlay Property and Technology Committee meeting minutes.
I'll second.
And then
I believe that there was also another amendment. Go ahead, board member.
I think I gave them to you, hopefully.
Yes.
I don't think I have them here. I think I wanted to remove 5A1, was it 5A3 and 5A4?
Right. So the items that are removed from consent are on 5A1, 2, 3, 4, and 6. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right. So may I have a roll call, please, Ms. King?
Peggy Mueller-Aragon.
Yes.
Danielle Gonzalez.
Yes.
Barbara Peterson.
Yes.
Crystal Tapia Romero.
Yes.
Josefina Dominguez.
Yes.
Courtney Jackson.
Yes.
Yolanda Montoya Cordova.
Yes. So our next item is public forum, and Secretary Jackson, will you please share the instructions for public forum?
Welcome to our public forum guests. When you signed up to speak tonight, you were asked to review the rules and expectations which our proceeding officer will enforce. The New Mexico Open Meetings Act requires that our agendas specify in advance the items that will be discussed and voted on during the meeting. Therefore, public forum is not a dialogue among speakers and board members, but rather a chance to hear from our community. We will call participants to speak in the order they signed up, whether in person or virtual. Those here with us tonight will be asked to come to the microphone in the center aisle at the back of the room when your name is called. Online guests will stay in a virtual waiting room until it is their turn to speak. When it is your time, you will be escorted into the main meeting space. Please turn on your audio and video. Once your speaking time is up, you will be ushered back into the waiting room. When you are finished speaking, you may choose to leave the meeting and watch it on live stream. We have set aside 45 minutes for public forum. Because there are fewer than 22 speakers tonight, each will have 2 minutes to address the board. Please be concise and try not to repeat what others have said. Tonight, there are 15 speakers. Once your time is up, you will be directed to complete your sentence quickly so that others can speak. You may not yield your unused time to another speaker. If we don't get to all speakers or you feel you are unable to convey your message, you may email the board at boarded@aps.edu. In addition, for those of you who are here tonight, a representative from our service center is here to assist you. So, Mr. Gonzalez, will you please introduce our speakers?
Thank you, Board Member Jackson. Our first speaker is in person. I believe it's Miss Yazi Gonzalez. Teresi? Yeah, the first couple dropped out. So you'll have 2 minutes once you begin speaking, ma'am. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. Hey, for having me again today. I'll be up here continuously on behalf of West Mesa High School and our students, our educators and teachers. We have a few concerns. Besides, we've been coming here on behalf of our school, our APS schools with gun violence and everything that's been happening this whole school year. I guess my question would be, like leadership, our leadership, there's no transparency, the inclusion, people sitting at the table, our students, teachers, educators, staff on putting our input or getting heard, getting, people to listen on behalf of not just our students, but also our teachers and our educators with these concerns with weapons and gun violence and violence in itself in our school and our school campuses. So I think the concern is, where's the inclusion at? We haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. I haven't heard anything, no follow-ups. So there's no accountability. So I don't know. I just wanted to bring that up to you. We need a lot more transparency and accountability. So we see something is in the works with our APS. So I think that's about it.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is in person, Dan Gillespie. Sir, you'll have 2 minutes once you begin speaking into the mic.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and board members. Thank you for your work and willingness to show up as much as you all do. I am a parent to one high school graduate and 2 current students. I wanted to be a scientist. And as a parent, my goal is for every student to be scientifically literate. To better understand the NGSS science standards, I started writing a draft paper. Draft copy is about 90%, but I ran out of time to be able to present here today. I brought copies for you all. So let's talk about elementary science education standards. What arrangement? The arrangement variations are implemented by school districts and educational institutions that are typically divided into 2 primary themes, topics or DCI arrangement. New Mexico has adopted the topics arrangement. On page 1 of 102 of the topics arrangement PDF says, and quote, due to the fact that the NGSS progress towards end of high school core ideas, the standards may be rearranged in any order within a grade level. So my question is, why does a specific grade level matter if the educational standards permit any sequence of topics within that grade level? This could potentially restrict a student's ability to explore their interest, such as wanting to become a scientist. If everyone is aiming to achieve the same learning goals, does it matter which specific topics are taught in a particular grade level? Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you, sir. Thank you. Our next public forum speaker is Marcy May. You'll have 2 minutes once you begin speaking, ma'am.
Thank you so much for your time. I am, my name is Marcy May. I'm a parent, a former APS teacher, homeschooling teacher. I have taught across our city in many different arenas. I am very concerned because of, and the thing that I want to bring to your attention is the video that was brought out by Project Veritas exposing APS and Ms. Ruiz and saying that giving the CDC guidelines, which have been just put upon the parents of Albuquerque and the students. I'm going to play just a few seconds of this and hopefully we can get this. Hold on. Sorry. I'm really nervous because this is a very hot topic. And when we are saying the Pledge of Allegiance, we're talking about liberty and justice for all. But according to Ms. Ruiz, who gave teacher training, there's only a liberty for just a few. And it's not people that disagree with her.
Gender support plans cover lots of different things, and not all transgender students are interested in the gender support. Students can use the sex segregated facility that corresponds with their gender identity they assert at school. So how they identify at school determines which restroom they choose to use. Students do not need a GSP.
So we can tell that that's the hot topic, and I think we can all agree that that's a very sensitive subject. But what I am saying and what I have sent to you guys, and I have papers for you to remind you that when you have one group that says that they drive the narrative, that other people that do not agree with transgenderism, doesn't mean that we hate them. Can we please get over that? It means we disagree.
Ms. May, you've gone over your 2 minutes. I need you to quickly wrap up in one sentence.
Please protect the children. They need to be protected, and having a teacher tell another teacher that they cannot say anything, even if they think it might help, that's open for child abuse.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. I do have these papers for them.
I'll take those and make sure the board gets them. Thank you. All right, our next speaker is in person, Ruth Ann Peterson. You have 2 minutes once you begin speaking. You have stuff for the board as well? Thank you. Great, thank you for that. 2 minutes once you begin speaking, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Ruth Ann Peterson. I'm a grandparent. I want to lead with a statement about gender confirming care by the Association of American Physicians and Surgeons. Item 6 on their statement is there has been an explosive increase in persons who identify with the construct of gender different from sex at an age when identity is easily malleable and brain development is not fully concluded. Wow, what could have led to an explosion of gender confused kids? Get a clue, Sherlock. It's secret LGBT curricula and people like APS indoctrinator Angela Ruiz. The first thing I thought when I saw the Project Veritas undercover video of her secret LGBT curricula and training of educators, you have a teacher questioning her. So the gender support plan does not need parent input. Just director, administrator, and student? Ruiz's response, there's only 3 people required at that plan: the administrator, the student, and the Title IX director. I wondered to myself, gee, is Angela Ruiz also signed on to the Marxist critical race theory Zen pledge, like many other APS teachers? You know, the one where school teachers promise to teach critical race theory no matter what school boards or parents say? The second thought I had was after viewing the video was, how dare you go behind the backs of parents? By the way, board, what exactly are Angela Ruiz's bona fides as a resource teacher in student health and life skills? Example, is she a credentialed psychiatrist? Is she practicing medicine without a license, bending the minds of children and pushing gender affirming care? APS's webpage does not say. Really, what the heck does APS think they are? APS is not the parent. APS is a big bloated bureaucracy with the proud distinction of being the largest school district in a state with education ranked 51st, bottom of the barrel, dead last. Instead of making sure children are reading and math proficient with some good critical thinking skills thrown in, APS is going behind the backs of parents and teaching children to be racists, America haters, and is teaching them radical LGBT agenda crap, sure to warp some young, malleable minds. It is disgraceful, and you should be ashamed to sit on the board when you allow this to continue.
Thank you, ma'am. And I'll take care of those. Our next speaker is Robert Sanchez. Mr. Sanchez, once you begin speaking, you'll have 2 minutes.
Superintendent Elder, board members, I'm Robert A. Sanchez. I taught at APS system for 38 years, 37 of the 38 at Washington Middle School. I'm here to speak against the implementation of a dual language program at Taft Middle School. I retired and was out for 1 year and returned because the principal could not find anyone to teach the US history, 8th grade, and New Mexico history, 7th grade, and Spanish. Fortunately, the principal did find someone, so I was able to get back to retirement. I'm a very strong advocate of bilingual dual language education. I believe that there are 3 strong dual language programs at the middle school. These are at Washington, Truman, and Hayes Middle Schools. I would like to see the dual language programs expanded. However, it is extremely difficult to find dual language certified teachers in math, science, and social studies. I've spoken to many principals and they tell me it is still real difficult and almost impossible to find teachers who are dual language certified. Early on, materials in Spanish for US history and New Mexico history were non-existent. As a result, I was translating materials into Spanish for my students. These are 2 examples that I have that I did. This one is Una Historia de Estados Unidos de América, and the other one is Una Historia de Nuevo Mexico, translated with my colleague Carlos Chavez. Una Historia de Nuevo Mexico is on the state textbook adoption list. There is no need to start a program at Taft Middle School because the students from Coronado can go to Washington. Coronado is very near Washington Middle School. I would urge the parents of Coronado Elementary who really want to continue their child's dual language education to have these children enroll at Washington Middle School. Implementing a dual language program at Taft Middle School will be detrimental to Washington Middle School. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Susie Gao. Ma'am, you have 2 minutes once you begin speaking.
All right, my name is Susie. So I have 2 children who are currently attending APS school. And I shared a video with all your board members and the superintendent. And I actually heard previous two other speakers already spoken about that video released by Project Veritas. And after I heard that, I'm just outrageous. I'm really concerned about what's really going on at APS behind the scenes. People, they're doing that, seem like closing door, they're training teachers what to say, what to do regarding gender affirming process. So actually, I didn't get time to prepare much my stuff. I actually just want to play this video part of it to see what, it's not what I'm making up. It's what this native words. This native is what's her name? It's her name is Angela Ruiz, right? So representing for student health and life skills. Those are pushing gender affirming. Those are not life skills, in my opinion. And I want to play this part where give explicit steps on how to support those students, what to do, how to intervene, and
reduce youth risk behaviors through comprehensive health education, end quote, focus on protocols for LGBTQ+ students, which teachers must adhere to, even if it means circumventing parental involvement.
gender support plans cover lots of different things, and not all transgender students are interested in the gender support. Generally, what happens is the principal or their Title IX designee contacts the Title IX office and says, hey, I have this student, they would like a gender support there. There's only 3 people required at that plan: the administrator, the student, and the Title IX director. So the
Mrs. Gao, you've gone over your 2 minutes. You can please wrap up very quickly.
Yes, there are 2 types. So
Ms. Gao, if you don't have any more, please.
okay, yes, so you can see there's no parent involved in those discussions. So this is what this lady is doing, and her complete, it's clear to violate APS KP1 policy, the parental rights policy. She and her relevant people should be removed from APS immediately. Those are people. All right, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Ruth Porta. Ruth, you have 2 minutes once you begin speaking. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Montoya Cordova and members of the board. Probably you know me, I've been coming regularly, and I'm coming about to express my concern about APS converting, I think, 3 or 4 elementary schools into early childhood education. I've been bringing different topics, and my topics right now is that we haven't had any collaboration from APS, even though Superintendent Elder says that they are collaborating. I am a member of the New Mexico Association for the Childcare and Education, Childcare and Education Association, and we meet regularly. And what we have seen is that we have asked to elementary schools that are offering New Mexico pre-K to share their waiting list, and all of them they reject, and they said that they cannot share it. We are depriving for our 3 and 4-year-olds for pre-K education, and that is I think that is not fair for the community and for the families. And I want to read you an article, a part of the article that was issued in the Journal Center, January 15. And it is a proof that APS is not collaborating. And I quote, part of the long-term plan behind the center is to scale up the district capacity to handle the roughly 14,000 3 and 4-year-olds in Albuquerque. Capital Master Plan Executive Director Quisito Huichenje replied, only about 2,800 of those students, he added, are receiving early childhood education, which is wrong. We are about the community providers. We are 82 centers, 12 city of Albuquerque, 3 YDI, and 5 charter schools. We are 102 centers, and we are providing care for 4,080 children.
Ms. Porta, you've gone over your 2 minutes.
Yes, and I will wrap out that better use your coronavirus money that you have to improve your middle school enrollment, and also to improve the security of the middle school. That is a beautiful sector that you have there. I wish that you can use
Thank you, ma'am.
in all the high schools and middle schools.
Ms. Porta, thank you. Our next speaker is Baji Rankin. Two minutes once you begin speaking, ma'am.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to present. Chairwoman and members of the board of APS. My name is Badgie Rankin, and I've been an early childhood professional for 50 years. And I want to talk about the qualifications of teachers who work in public school settings and those who work in private community early childhood programs. There is a new degree now, a birth 3-year-old through 3rd grade, and some teachers are getting that. However, a lot of public school teachers have a K through 12 license. And that is a big challenge to provide the care and education that 3- and 4-year-olds, 4-year-olds in pre-K really need to succeed. And I have studied, as I say, early childhood education. I've worked in public school settings. I've worked in private settings. I was the executive director of the New Mexico Association for the Education of Young Children for 17 years. And I've seen all kinds of educational situations. And 4-year-olds thrive when their teachers understand where they are in their developmental continuum and how to support children in learning through play and in learning through exploration and investigation. And that has much more success, taking into account children's social emotional needs as well as intellectual and physical needs, the whole comprehensive needs of the child. For children to investigate together, explore together, and that is the way for young children to succeed in a school educational setting. So thank you very much. I support the private community-based programs as well as public schools, and I think that continuing the strength of the community-based programs is extremely important. The diversity of the staff there in the community-based programs is an essential, it's a strength of the program. So thank you again for this opportunity. And that's it for now.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Our next 2 speakers are on Zoom. The first one is Casey Peterson. Casey, are you there? Casey, are you there?
Yes,
Okay.
can you hear me?
I can. 2 minutes once you begin speaking.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity. And I would like to, I'm glad that Patriots like Mary and Susie went before me and talked about the Project Veritas video, because we're getting ready to drop another undercover investigation night. My wife and I went undercover, this time inside of Albuquerque Public Schools. And just read you a couple quotes here to give you guys, I guess, a teaser trailer. It's they say, and we've had students here whose parents would absolutely flip out if they were aware of what's going on with their kids. And they go on to talk about the idea that they don't have to, if a 12 or 13-year-old or, their kids are talking about a little bit of depression, they don't have to report that to parents. And there's much more on that. Obviously, this is concerning for many reasons. First of all, if you look at a review study published in JAMA Pediatrics, compiled data from 35 different peer-reviewed studies, they found that the minute a child identifies as LGBTQ, their suicide rate goes up by 350% or 3.5 times. And if they identify as transgendered or have gender dysphoria, then their rate goes up 600% or 6 times from their normal peers. Now, I ask you, does that sound like critical information that parents might need to know about their children? Does that sound like something we should loop the parents in on, considering their child could end up being dead in the next year? This seems like critical information, but we'll be emailing this out to all of you, and anyone else wants to find it, they can go find CASEY and Mike, MYKE, Peterson with EN. That's Casey and Mike Peterson on YouTube. And that video is going to be dropping tonight, that full undercover investigation. There's a lot more to come. This is just the beginning, and we have people throughout the schools in Albuquerque. So I guess I'll put all the teachers, counselors, and everyone else that's trying to groom the children into this ideology on notice right now. We will expose you. We will find you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sorry, board, 1 second. Our next speaker is Michaela Peterson. I believe she's coming in now. Ms. Peterson, are you there? Are you there?
Sorry.
That's
Are
okay.
you there?
Yes, we are. You have 2 minutes once you begin speaking.
Okay, thank you. So I am very disappointed there's not more parents here, especially after the Project Veritas video dropped. Parents need to be so much more involved in the classroom, not less. Discipline is out of control. Proficiency is still declining. Ideologies surrounding race and gender are taking center stage. And parents need to be a big part of this conversation. The affirmation gender care model isn't scientifically backed, and the treatments aren't FDA approved. This is a major concern for us as parents. With HB 7 and your current APS gender discrimination policies, the LGBTQ youth are much more vulnerable to being funneled into care that will possibly damage them, possibly leave them chemically changed, sterilized, mutilated, or at worst, suicidal or dead. These sweet, vulnerable LGBTQ identifying kiddos are being taken advantage of by the medical and pharmaceutical industries. We do not yet know what the consequences of this child experimentation will be, but with the already increasing number of regretful children detransitioning and regretting their chemical and surgical interventions, it looks pretty grim. Europe is ahead of us on this research, and I urge you to look into their findings. I also urge you to seek out the detransitioner documentaries that are giving these victims of the medical and pharmaceutical industries voices. This is a very serious issue, a deeply personal issue that should be taken much more seriously. These vulnerable LGBTQ youth should have hundreds of hours of mental services and more before we push them down a path that we know will be a lifelong struggle. Schools are not and should not be responsible for a child's overall well-being or health. That is too much to put on any teacher or counselor. Parents need to make those decisions. It should be criminal to hide these very, very important aspects of a child's life from parents or caregivers. We have to work together to protect these vulnerable kids. Hiding things is not protecting them. Absolutely affirming them is not protecting them. I would urge you to please reconsider the APS policies that make it where teachers and staff are hiding these very, very important and deeply personal things from families, caregivers, and parents. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is in person, Gabrielle Wheeler. You have 2 minutes once you begin speaking.
Greeting members of the APS board. I'm a director of an early child care center in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and I've been an advocate for the 0 to 5 for the last decade. I'm passionate about helping New Mexico break 50 for ranking in education. It is something I consider my life's work, but laying the foundation at that early age in early childcare is critical for a child's success. Studies have shown that. If you can watch the documentary called Waiting for Superman, you will see that it begins in early childhood with play-based programs that are community-based. APS should not compete with early childcare, but should complement and work with early childcare for better outcomes. Some of my personal experience when I was driving vans is and picking up kids at APS locations was knowing that a 6th grade teacher was being used for a pre-K program. The education that a elementary teacher compared to the training of an early childhood educator is like comparing apples to oranges. There's no comparison. Like somebody said, advanced countries are showing that play-based learning is best for kids. Even Mr. Rogers knew that and said that. So we need to let our children have their childhood. Putting them in an APS bureaucratic and institutionalized setting is going to be detrimental for them. It's not foundational. It'll be detrimental. There's a big difference. Early childcare settings provide year-round care. Some of us open at 6:30 and close at 6, and some even more than that. Some of us provide overnight care. We work year-round. We work during the holidays. We can honor different languages, and we can help different communities. I want to cite that Oklahoma moved their 3-year-olds to public school systems, and 40% of their infant toddler care centers closed.
Mrs. Wheeler, you've gone over your 2 minutes. I need you to wrap this up very quickly.
I would
please.
like APS to look at alternative uses for their buildings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Teresa Ilgen. You get 2 minutes once you begin speaking. Thanks.
Good evening, not morning. Good evening, board members. My name is Teresa Ilgen. I'm a teacher at West Mesa High School. I kind of like being at the end of all of this because I get to hear everyone's comments. Of course, like I always support early childhood education. I think that needs to be done properly. As far as the secret LGBT curriculum and that is being taught in schools, I'm personally not aware of where that is in my standards and benchmarks and how that's being implemented in my personal classroom. All I know is that, kids are part of this learning and growing and discovery process within themselves. And I think that, like schools, even though they should not be responsible for all of these things, they are responsible for at least creating safe zones for students to be able to explore themselves and feel safe in their learning environment. Now, speaking about safety, that's kind of what I'm here for. It was really interesting to see this Evolve system out here. I was wondering what that was going to look like, and kapow, it's right there, right? And so, I got to walk through this and I got to experience it for myself. It just has me thinking and asking a lot of questions about, like, where is the money going to come from? Where is the money going to come from in order to put these into our school systems? Is this even something that our schools want? Is the community being engaged in this process and, being asked if like this is the route that they want to take? Who is going to be monitoring these? I know they're not metal detectors; they're like technology detectors for whatever, weapons detectors. And, we already don't have enough security guards to, just kind of be like, ushering our kids and having these conversations with their kids. And then they're going to be all around, like 3 entry points at West Mesa. And I just have a lot of questions, right? And every time I'm asking a question, I'm never getting a clear and concise answer on what's happening. And I think I absolutely love the idea of like streamlining, right? Because I'm a swim coach, and kids that go through the water like this, like it's not a very smooth process for them. And I think the more streamlined APS is in getting information out to everyone in a clear and concise manner, that's going to help us like move along our decisions. And,
Teresa, you've gone over your 2 minutes. I need you to very quickly wrap up.
Right. And it helps you move through the water like so much better.
Quickly wrap up, please.
See me demonstrate. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Jackson, board members, that's the end of public forum.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you to everyone in the audience for coming tonight and presenting your concerns. And our agenda generally go through public forum and then we just jump into our agenda. So I just want to say thank you again for everyone for coming in. We heard you and we're listening. All right. So our next item is approval of the consent calendar, but what we're going to do is we're going to go through each of the items first. So we'll go first with item 5.1A1, which is the consideration for approval of revision to board policy A1 academic goals. And this is a discussion action. I will just open it up for questions.
Okay, the only thing that I wanted, I know it's really a very like one sentence, But I was just reading a whole lot about, opportunity gaps and came across something by, Linda Darling Hammond. And she was saying that a lot of what we are calling achievement gaps are being reframed as academic opportunity gaps. And then I read a whole lot of articles, and I'm not going to go through them all. So I was just hoping that what we could do is just in front of the word opportunity, that we could say Albuquerque Public Schools shall implement a strategic plan, instructional framework aimed at improving outcomes for all students with an intense focus on closing academic opportunity gaps. And it seems to kind of go along with a lot of the research that is just going on right now. So that was the only change that I thought would be a good one to make.
Opportunity academic gaps.
She calls it academic opportunity gaps. So academic would be in front of opportunity.
Go ahead, yes.
So I disagree with that amendment because I think it unnecessarily limits what we're talking about in terms of opportunity gaps. So opportunity gaps is what kids have an opportunity to. That can include AP classes, it can include electives, it can include IB, it can include dual credit. It can include a lot of things that schools do have authority and responsibility over. I think increasingly in the education field, we're looking at opportunity to learn or conditions for learning and expanding that. And so I would just be very reluctant to and not in support of an effort to limit that to the opportunity, to academic opportunity. I think we need to be much broader than that.
Okay, and something that, what I was looking at is when they were describing what opportunities were, and this is just in a whole bunch of different studies, and there was a seminar that was done at the Kennedy School at Harvard, and what they were talking about when it was talked about closing the opportunity gap at schools, that what they found is that a lot of when you're talking about opportunity rather than academics, the opportunity is what is going on at homes. So helping families prepare their children at school, getting families to send their kids to school. So attendance, having access to books in the home, helping decrease the summer slide. And we all know the largest effects for when it comes to having books is for economically disadvantaged students. They talked about parent engagement, eating family dinners together, participating in extracurricular activities, parents, more affluent and middle-class parents. And I think in this article, they called it Goodnight Moon Time, were parents who read to their children 45 minutes a day as compared to a lot of the economically disadvantaged peers. And this a lot was from the Saguaro Seminar on Civic Engagement in America. And so what they were saying is that the kids that are living in poverty are just not going to have those opportunities when it comes to closing the opportunity gap, which is also so many factors outside of school, like poor health, lack of medical care, food and housing, lead poisoning, iron deficiency, all those kinds of things that we can't control at school. And so that's what, that's just what I would like to do, is focus on the academics, which includes much of what, Member Gonzalez said. Those are all academics that we do at school, but a lot of the opportunities, no matter what we do, there's going to be a lot of opportunities that are going to be provided at home that we're not going to be able to provide at school.
Any other comments? Go ahead, Barbara, because I do have some comments on this as well, but
I certainly understand our need to focus on academic, but I just think about, for instance, why we are supporting community schools is to help close those gaps that really do make that we can have some impact on and still impact student outcomes. I would prefer to keep it broad because a lot of the opportunities are things like, for instance, field trips and all sorts of things that could be limited without a broader view. although good teachers can manage to write almost anything into the standards. We know how to do that. But I think it does reflect on our commitment for the district to looking at what are the conditions that we can impact and how can we partner and make meaningful ties with the community. So I would prefer keeping it more general.
I'm also going to come out in support of the way that it's also stated. I think that the way that it's written gives a lot of rise to the community schools framework and, you know, the commitment that we have to that. Community schools, I just think by just even Genius Hour work and the activities that we've put in play there. And then I think of activities or opportunities that we make available through our family outreach programs where it is about parenting courses and opportunities for our parents also to enhance their literacy, enhance their financial literacy too. I know we do that at some of our places as well as their employability. And that's an opportunity gap. I mean, I think that's about looking at the conditions in a community of what's missing and providing that kind of context so that we could have other kinds of things. For me, it says improving outcomes. For me, that's the academic side, that the whole goal of the school board is to improve student outcomes. And that's really where the achievement lies. Is in terms of their academics. Dr. Segura, did you want to add anything to this conversation?
Madam Chair, members of the board and Superintendent Elder, in working with our team on framing some of this, these words, you know, over time, education looks a little bit different. And so coming out of the pandemic, I think it's very clear, and you all touched on the piece of, you know, our focus is on academics, but it has evolved past the walls of the classroom and the schoolhouse through our community schools efforts, and appreciate what board member Mueller-Aragon brought up regarding the opportunity. And I don't want it to be confusing because there is perspective that we can't mitigate what happens when students leave our classrooms and our schools. But where we felt the opportunity needed to be coupled with the achievement is that we feel like we are putting things in place to create equitable opportunities for all kids, as well as breaking down barriers that maybe exist in the home that they can access through the school. So that was where we were thinking is, you know, our work with community schools and all of those efforts, they really reach out into the homes and the community. And so it's not just the achievement piece, but we're trying to break down those barriers for the kids in those households that don't have those opportunities so that they can at least have access to them when they get to school.
So do you think then putting, because it is, you know, academic goals, that we should add academic in front of outcomes then? Because that seems to be what you're alluding to, but it's not there. So I don't know if that's something you think might help.
Can I?
Yes, go ahead,
just
Board Member Jackson.
pop in here? The overarching policy is academic goals. So the whole sentence, whole paragraph is related to academic goals. So, I mean, I feel comfortable that it's all focusing on academics. So I feel comfortable with your discussion or your analysis, Dr. Segura. I don't know that we have to add academic outcomes or academic opportunity because the entire policy is about academic goals.
That was going to be my statement. I'm like, it's titled academic goal. So I was comfortable with the wording as is.
Do I have, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, in that case, I'll make a motion to approve IA as is.
Do I have a second?
I'll second. This is Barbara.
Ms. King, can I have a roll call, please?
For clarification, I think you have to approve with changes, if you're going to do the changes that were submitted with the questions.
So so the motion is to, go ahead. You want to?
I don't think this one had changes
Changes,
submitted
no.
with the question.
Oh, I apologize. I apologize.
That's okay. But with the changes that are in tracked changes, but not with the additional change proposed.
There you go.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Peggy Mueller Aragon,
No.
Danielle Gonzalez,
Yes.
Barbara Peterson,
Yes.
Crystal Tapia Romero,
Yes.
Josefina Dominguez,
Yes.
Courtney Jackson,
Yes.
Yolanda Montoya Cordova.
Yes. So our next item is consideration for approval of revisions to board policy IG, curriculum development, adoption, and review. Also discussion action. What is the discussion on this one? This was item 2. Who pulled that one off?
I pulled that one off. But I think it was because Board Member Gonzalez had something.
So this one was what was added, which was one thing that was discussed in the policy committee meeting, was to add, develop a process for the review to include staff input. And during that policy committee meeting, we also discussed community input. So I think the change is to include staff and community input.
I think that's
I think we're on
IA.
no, that's I. So we're on IG, item 2. Is there no changes? So this one's reading, the superintendent designee will provide district curriculum that is consistent and aligned with state requirements, New Mexico content standards, New Mexico instructional scopes, and district goals. Schools and teachers will organize and deliver instruction that implements all district adopted standards aligned and scoped and sequenced high-quality instructional materials that are culturally and linguistically responsive. That's where the most changes came in that paragraph.
And then in the second paragraph, the superintendent or designee will develop a process.
Okay, for review and adoption of district, okay.
The way that the staff edited it following the policy committee meeting should have read, will develop a process to include opportunity for staff input for the review and adoption of district curriculum. And what got left off from there was opportunity for staff and community input.
Oh, that was mine.
That was yours.
That was mine. Thank you. Thank you. I'm trying to get there. Yes, what I wanted to thank you so much, Board Member Gonzalez, for keeping me on track. What I wanted to add was community input, because we have staff input. We're already doing it. I mean, especially right now, you've got the community input with the high school adoption. I just thought it was important to add community input into the.
So are we amending that sentence then? The superintendent or designee will develop a process for the review and adoption of district curriculum. Because all I see is because maybe I have a wrong copy or something.
What was in the Q and
in the
A?
notes, yeah.
Oh, okay,
It was in
okay.
the questions. And it was
Okay,
covered
I'm
in the
sorry.
policy meeting. I just left out the word community as well.
Okay, all right. I get that. I need to look at another document on top of this one.
Yeah,
Okay.
answers to board member questions.
Too many documents, okay.
Too
many documents, amen.
Thank you, Board Member Gonzalez, for keeping me on track.
Right.
I would like to change input to engagement. Because I think one of the things that we learned from, for instance, the math adoption is that there needs to be a more dynamic way of interacting with adoptions, that some of it is based on not all staff having a real solid base for how to analyze curricula. And I think engagement says not only is there input, but there's really sort of a back and forth conversation, discussion that really shapes how the curricula is eventually adopted. And so I would really recommend changing not just input, because we don't want just random input. My idea is this, your idea is this, who's going to decide, but really one that is more active in developing understanding of what's going to be in that curricula, what we need, and how is this curricula going to meet the needs of our students.
So what are the thoughts on replacing input with engagement? How about Dr. Segura? You're okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
I also have a real practical question about this. Because I was at a school today where, based on their budget, they are looking at having to have 3 combination classrooms. A K1, a 2-3, and a 4-5 combination classroom. And when we start talking about scope and sequence based on a grade level set of standards, it becomes absolutely impossible to implement that in a meaningful way. So what does this policy mean in a practical sense for both classes where there's a high number of English language learners or Spanish language learners, where there's a much deeper need for sheltering and taking the time to make sure that students can access understanding and the content, along with what do we do with a combination class? And I think I understand the intention of the policy, but I think thinking about what it really means, I just appreciate some clarity.
Madam Chair and members of the board and Superintendent Elder, in our looking at our goals and guardrails and at greater alignment based off community feedback, staff feedback, student feedback, we felt like this would provide us with a strong foundation to ensure equitable access of the standards and materials in any classroom at any moment. As far as combo classes, those are extremely difficult, and I get that. English learners, special education, I mean, you name it, we have them in our classrooms. My thing is, I don't, as we're moving toward what collaboration time looks like in meeting the goals that we have put forth, we need to be aligned in some sort of way so that teachers, as they're doing their instructional planning, are talking about common standards for that, unit or that segment in time. And I think it's our obligation when teachers do have to teach a combo class for us to push in with our resource teachers to help support them in what that looks like. So it's not you're now having to do double the work, but how do you infuse this to not negate the importance of the grade level of each within that classroom? So I think looking specifically at how are we going to be supporting those teachers, and we have great people ready and willing and are in the classrooms helping with that. So this is, as we look from this bird's eye view, when our goals are aligned around, that consistency and making sure that we're not negating the needs of our Yazzie Martinez subgroups, that we are equitable in how we're providing instruction to our kids.
Mm-hmm. So then I think it's really important for us as a board to understand that if we pass this, it is a commitment to a whole different kind of commitment of resources. And that really and truly, to make it truly equitable, there have to be resources. And simply saying that doesn't create them.
Correct. And I think also how we're using our resources and making sure that we're maximizing the humans and the resources that we have within our district.
Any other comments?
So I will move to approve. Let me get there. Board policy IG curriculum development, adoption and review with the changes to include staff and community engagement.
I'll second that.
All right, Ms. King, I have a roll call, please.
Peggy Mueller Aragon.
Yes.
Danielle Gonzalez.
Yes.
Barbara Peterson.
No.
Crystal Tapia Romero.
Yes.
Josefina Dominguez.
I'm worried about this.
I'm going to vote no. Courtney Jackson,
Yes.
Yolanda Montoya Cordova.
Yes. So our next item is consideration for approval of board policy IH instructional program. So comments on this one.
Okay, this one I know was one I had a question on.
Okay.
So my question was, why was for all students removed? And I think I know why. It's because in the original one, it said student learning for all students, and that was redundant. But what I'm wondering is if we can either amend it to, because I think it's important that we say for all students, or that all of the students are included. So either, as it's written now, it says instruction in Albuquerque Public Schools will provide equitable opportunity for student learning. So amendment A would be, that I'm offering, is instruction in Albuquerque Public Schools will provide equitable opportunity for all student learning, or instruction in Albuquerque Public Schools will provide equitable opportunity for learning for all students. I just think as we move forward, we need to include, we're trying to be equitable for all of our students. And so it's important to me that all is in there.
And Madam Chair, members of the board and Superintendent Elder, that was our intention. It felt duplicative. And so it wasn't us wanting to take out all, it was just when it said for student learning, we're like, okay, for all, like student learning. But now I'm perfectly fine with either one of those amendments.
Would it be good like to provide equitable learning opportunity for all students? Okay.
Amendment C.
I don't have it written.
So provide equitable learning opportunity for all students is what you're
Yes.
proposing. How does the rest of the board feel? That's fine. Okay. So do we have a motion then?
Well, I
Are
have
we
one-
okay? Oh, we have some more. Okay.
I don't know. Are you finished with Member Jackson?
That's all I.
Okay, and so this is just to kind of tighten it up a little bit on the second paragraph. The first sentence, learning activities will be appropriate to individual student needs and developmental levels. Is that where it doesn't change anything? It just takes off of just takes off a couple of words. And then the other question, I know it was answered here, and this is something I think we need to talk through, is one of the questions that I had is it says that the last paragraph that all instruction, including elective courses, not specifically authorized by law to be taught at APS, have academic value, adequate instructional time, alignment with adopted standards and instructional scopes, whoops, and regularly assessed through district interim assessments. But I was told that elective courses are not regularly assessed through district interim assessments. So if they're not, do we have to somehow make sure that we don't include elective courses, that it's all instruction? But I think we're going to have to if they aren't regularly assessed through district interim assessments, correct?
Madam Chair, members of the board and Superintendent Elder, we do not have district-led interim assessments for elective courses. Ours are focused specifically on English language arts
Right.
and mathematics. I know that individual elective courses do have their own, they build their own assessments for formative, and it's not an expectation as far as how it's done. And so with those elective classes, so all we are assessing interimly for the data is the ELA and math. A lot of the elective courses, it's highly recommended that they utilize the literacy standards as well in their classes. So when we look at writing it across the board, reading across the board, that's something that they align to. But as far as the interim assessment of them, we don't.
So that's my concern, is just because it says including elective courses and regularly assessed through district interim assessments.
Would it work to just put the period after regularly assessed?
Because you're saying because they are assessed. Do you think that would work? And then just drop off regularly assessed and don't put through district interim assessments? Is that important to have there? Oh,
Real quickly.
of course.
Oh, and.
Or sort of using,
are
or regular,
regularly
or, and are regularly assessed using district something.
Or just assessed. I mean,
District
just
requirements
regularly
or-
assessed through. I think assessed is,
In our regularly assessed period.
yeah, because it's to be assessed, you need an assessment. So I think
Think
we should be quiet and let
yeah,
her
let
read
her
it.
read it.
Okay.
Talk amongst yourselves. People that needs to read to herself sometimes out loud. So what would you guys be recommending that we take off the through district interim assessment?
Member Gonzalez had a great idea. Just after assessed, stop it and just don't write through district interim assessment. Just put a period after regularly assessed. That work?
I would, I mean, I'm.
And are regular?
Yes.
I think so.
Yeah, and
I
our-
need to read it.
Thank you.
And our regular says, yeah, I wasn't sure if you were trying to emphasize some sort of like district instrument or district requirement piece. Okay, that's good. So, and are regularly assessed. All right, so now are we ready for a motion?
I'll move for approval with the changes.
I will second.
And sorry, I would have seconded, but I did want to make a comment that and this goes back to the previous policy motion as well, just to point out that this really and truly means looking at budgeting and resources in a different way. And I think it's really important that we just always keep that in mind as soon as we start talking about all students and equity. It's just like we differentiate instruction, we've got to differentiate resources.
Agree. All right, so we have a motion and a second, I believe. So let's have a roll call, please.
Peggy Mueller Aragon.
Yes.
Danielle Gonzalez.
Yes.
Barbara Peterson.
Yes.
Crystal Tapia Romero.
Yes.
Josefina Dominguez.
Yes.
Yes.
Yolanda Montoya Cordova.
Yes, our next item is item number 4, consideration for approval of revisions to board policy IH4, establishment of magnet schools. What's the discussion on this one?
Okay, I mean, the question that I had is, I just don't know how difficult this may be to do, but in the last sentence, when it's talking about magnet schools reflect the demographics of the district-wide population. So my question probably to Mr. Garcia is, how well do the magnet schools already do this? I mean, how closely do they already reflect the demographics of APS?
Board president, members of the board, I agree with the statement that APS will strive to ensure the demographics of magnet schools reflect the demographics of the district. The reason we have magnet schools is to reduce minority group and low socioeconomic group isolation. Our schools are at various ranges of this, but we do work to strive on having demographics that reflect the demographics of the district.
Yeah, and I saw that strive, and striving is, it's a good thing. And I know you put those words in there because you do want to get there. I would just like to know, and you don't have to do it now, is just how they really do, which ones represent the demographics of the district and which of them don't, and what can you really do to change that, to bring more students in. And I know that's not a question for tonight, but
I'll do, board president, members of the board, I'm just going to briefly explain what we can do. And I believe we can do something. That is having each school take a look at their current demographics, compare those to the district demographics, and then create a recruitment and retention plan where they see gaps. In addition, I believe the Office of Innovation should have family and community events where we teach families how to navigate choice options. So I do think that we can improve where we see gaps.
Because I mean, sometimes what I see, Mr. Garcia, is I see certain, your magnet programs, so many of them, they're just so wonderful. And they're serving that community really well. And so if we try to make it look like the demographics of APS, then what are we going to do to some of those communities? If we want to bring in, 20% Caucasian children or whatever it is, 10%, Native. And to make it really look like the demographics, what kind of effect that really could have on the school, or we can grow it anyway. So what you're saying is basically there's enough room for all of them to be able to grow.
We strive to.
Okay, thank you. Keep striving.
Any other comments or discussion on this? Go ahead, Board Member Peterson.
So I think we have some really wonderful magnet schools. I just hope that we can find the resources that, for instance, having the science and STEAM strand going through Garfield and those North Valley schools is really wonderful, but every student needs to have access. So I hope that we can also always have that eye towards how do we take what we really learned from the magnet schools, because I think they are doing some wonderful things. And I make this argument, especially with the charters as well, of making sure that it's not isolated to only those students, because we need every student in APS to have access to quality STEM programs and the agricultural strand, all art and music. Every student needs to have art and music. And so I know it becomes a real resource issue, but just always figuring out how to infuse that back into all of our schools is really important. I'm not sure that needs to be in any way in the policy without it becoming more than it needs to be.
Well, it would be really interesting, maybe at some point, where we say APS will strive, but it would be interesting to set a goal in terms of, ensuring at least like a 50%. I mean, I'm just making something up, but to actually set a goal so that there's a benchmark and we actually measure ourselves against that. I know for me on the magnet school issue is also sort of looking at the families that don't make it in and that wait list and where they end up getting referred or how they get supported, because, and I'm just thinking of Coronado as an example. Lots of families want to get into that school, dual language, and we have some great dual language schools, but I wonder how many of those parents are even told they have another choice or there's another school, or, hey, have you thought about Longfellow? Have you thought about this? Because I think traditionally what happens is just the families just turned away at the door and say, well, you just didn't make it. The lottery number wasn't picked. But I wonder what we do to encourage them around the quality schools that we have that could also be a secondary choice. So when we start to do this, and especially in our magnet schools, giving parents an option of saying, here's option 1, here's option 2, here's option 3, so that they're starting to also understand the depth of the resources that we have for them if they want to pursue that kind of a pathway. And I think that might be another way for us to also ensure access for our families.
And I think the issue of Taft and what's being proposed for Taft really, and we had the speaker tonight referring to Washington, which has had this legacy of leading middle school dual language programming. And why wouldn't we raise that up as something of quality? And I mean, I've spoken before about making sure that neighborhood surrounding schools that are being transformed into the magnet schools have access to that school. that's part of the equity.
And we're digressing because we're going into like what we'd like for the procedures to be, but I think you kind of understand some of the concerns around this. So do I have a motion on this one with the changes?
I don't think there were any changes.
Or there were no changes? So we just have the
I
questions
move
answered.
to approve board policy IH for establishment of magnet schools as presented.
Thank you, our parliamentarian.
You are
for-
welcome.
Ms. King, can I have a roll call, please?
Also called bossy.
Peggy Mueller Aragon,
Yes.
Danielle Gonzalez.
Yes.
Robert Peterson,
Yes.
Crystal Tapia Romero,
Yes.
Josefina Dominguez,
Yes.
Brittany Jackson,
Yes.
Yolanda Montoya Cordova.
Yes. So our next item is number 6 on this consent. Consideration for approval of revisions to board policy IK, academic accountability.
So I recommended that we remove this one from consent for 2 reasons. So the first is in the second sentence, which reads, the superintendent or designee will establish a district-wide assessment strategy to be followed by all schools. I felt like it would help to have a purpose. To what end? So I would propose to ensure student learning and equity. So we could talk about
To ensure student learning and
equity.
equity. Okay, thank
So
you.
it would read, the superintendent or designee will establish a district-wide assessment strategy to be followed by all schools to ensure student learning and equity. What you could we might also add, this is just popping in my head right now, to inform instruction, but they're acknowledging that a balanced assessment system serves a variety of purposes. It might best be, it might make sense to state all of those purposes, I think, to informed instruction, to ensure student learning, for monitoring and accountability and equity or something like that. So I just felt like we were missing the purpose here of assessment, and acknowledging that often in education, we lose track of which assessment should be used for which purpose. It's important, I think, to acknowledge all of those purposes. So that was the first thing. So I'll stop there before I go to the second thing, just to see if there's any reaction from our administration. Or
Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Elder, it would be helpful if you can repeat that so we can get down.
Slowly.
So to inform instruction.
No.
and ensure student learning and equity. Sorry, and the one that popped in my head after was for monitoring and accountability.
Student learning and equity.
So it's to be followed by all schools, to inform instruction, for monitoring and accountability, and to ensure student learning and equity.
One more time, I think.
Is that good?
I would say it one more time.
Mhm. To inform instruction, for monitoring and accountability, and to ensure student learning and equity. And there may be some subject verb agreement issues that need to be fixed, but. Okay, so the second thing is this policy IK is called academic accountability, and there's currently, or there had been nothing in here about accountability. So we can add that one of the purposes of accountability is for, one of the purposes of assessment is for monitoring and accountability, which we just did. But I would also propose that, and this was in the Q&A, that we add a paragraph that essentially reads, the superintendent or designee will establish a district-wide school accountability system or performance framework to be followed by all schools to ensure transparency of outcomes and effective allocation of district resources. So there's currently nothing about here in this policy on accountability, so I thought we should just add that to say that the district will establish an accountability program.
You're gonna have to say it slow enough for me to type.
It's in the Q&A document, but I can say it again too if that.
Search.
It was sent out in an email on February 28th, 4:43 p.m.
And it's under additional comments on this policy.
It's basically the top of the very last page. So it's the superintendent or designee will establish a district-wide school accountability system or performance framework to be followed by all schools to ensure transparency of outcomes and effective allocation of district resources. And I think this is acknowledging that currently we do have a strategic performance framework that has the 4 tiers. So this is essentially just putting that into policy and acknowledging that that may shift, but the important thing is that there is an accountability system of some sort.
And if I can just tag on to that, we are naturally going to have an accountability system through the progress monitoring. So I think that it's not adding additional time to the administration. It's just, we have this, let's make sure that we're ensuring transparency for the community, and so that we're working together, since we will have this progress monitoring system that is naturally an accountability system. Go for it, Dr. Bowman.
All right, thank you. So I do appreciate how that kind of would codify and give the board's approval to having a school accountability system or performance framework. I do wonder about the wording of saying it's like to be followed by all schools. Perhaps it's more like for all schools or including all schools or something like that. Because the frameworks that we have, it's not exactly that the schools follow it. It's more something that
I'm fine with that. I was just mirroring the language of the previous paragraph that said to be followed. So that could come out because it's called a school accountability system. So it could just read school accountability system or performance framework to ensure transparency of outcomes and effective allocation of district resources.
All right. Any other conversation on this or discussion? Go ahead, Barbara.
I do have a concern that we turn classrooms into testing mills. And having lived through the age of progress monitoring, you know, first with Dibbles, but I think it's continued with iStation to a great extent. The amount of instructional time that's lost in children feeling like they go to school to be tested. It is not an issue of assessment. I mean, I did assessments every day, all day long with every student in one form or another. But I think we need to put it into the context of what does this really look like in a classroom. Yes, we need to know where our kids are. We need to know that they're learning. That is something that teachers spend all of their time every day paying attention to. But what kind of system we impose so that we have the data we want can quickly transform what a child's life in a classroom is. And so how we walk that tightrope is really critical. And I don't want anything in policy that is going to tip us over the edge. This is totally anecdotal, but I will tell you, when we could do real learning engagement in K3+, we had kids come to K3+ and stay. And when we were doing weekly progress monitoring so that someone could use that data for who knows what, we started losing students because it was no longer the kind of engaging environment that they needed. And so, I mean, that is the task of the administration to figure that out. But I don't want to have it in policy where there is no flexibility and we go back to the worst of No Child Left Behind. I think we figured out No Child Left Behind did not change the dial on student achievement.
I mean, I would, because I agree with Barbara. So this is what I would say on this policy. They should be like short and sweet. We have to do these mandated state and federal tests and district tests. So if we just had the first sentence, like that would be good enough, in my opinion. That would be what I think Barbara was trying to say. Is there so much, I think, I'm not speaking for her, there's so much already on teachers and on kids and just stressing assessments. We, Albuquerque Public Schools, will comply with all state. I would add district in there and federally mandated student assessments. That is what we are accountable to do, right? I mean, we have to do it. And that's what I'm assuming that's what the academic accountability means. Because we're talking about the assessments. That's just what I would say as a former teacher that feels for the kids and the teachers.
So, if I may respond to that, just as I think kind of what we've discussed, accountability can mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people, and it can be applied at all sorts of different levels. For me, I'd say accountability starts with visibility, in that you cannot have any level of accountability if you can't see what's going on. But it seems clear from, well, at least from the proposed language that Board Member Gonzalez is mentioning, that this is not a mandate to the superintendent to create an accountability system for teachers. It's more to look kind of across all of our schools, is my understanding. We're not trying to repeat the PED's teacher evaluation system situation that we had. Is that?
Correct. And I would just say, in response to Board Member Muller Aragon, the second sentence in the first paragraph is essentially what was already here, but giving the district the authority to establish their own assessment strategy, which they're already doing anyway. So I think I wouldn't add district to the previous sentence. It's saying we're following and complying with all state and federally mandated assessments. We're creating our own assessment strategy, and the superintendent will report on that to the board. The second piece is the district will also report on this to families. That's another important piece of accountability, is that each family knows how their individual student is performing. The third piece of accountability that's moving is that families and the public understand overall how the district is performing and how schools are. And so I don't think that it leads to any No Child Left Behind test factory, because we're giving a district the authority to just establish a system. We're not saying establish a system in which kids spend 80% of their time taking tests, or in which there's high stakes consequences, or in which, et cetera, et cetera. It's just saying we'll establish a system, which again, we already have the performance framework in place. So it's just adding the accountability sentence to the policy on accountability.
Go ahead.
And I agree. This is ultimately stating that, as a district, we have these required state and federal tests that we have to do, but what test, like for an interim assessment for ELA and math, that's up to the district to determine. And so this gives us, it just makes it very clear that state statute requires that an interim be done at districts, but it gives us the ability to establish a district-wide system. So we don't have, these schools doing this and these schools doing that, so that we can have aligned data to really inform our decision-making as well as our resource allocation.
Okay. Board Member Dominguez, I think you have a comment? As well, but I'm going to wait till the end.
Yeah, I can appreciate the language for accountability. But this is feeling a little bit like we're trying to wrangle in and get more focused. So I'll continue to see if I can wordsmith.
So I was just going to add, I think, and Board Member Gonzalez, maybe you could help me, but I think the last sentence around that school accountability system or performance framework is a lot of what we already do through like SAPR, right? So we make it available. We're just transparent around performance overall. And so it's really about having this school accountability system or this performance framework that can be, I understand the transparency of outcomes, but it's really about this, it's a communication tool so that we can just holistically share with the community and the state of like where APS is. Is that what it's like, or what am I missing?
Yes, and I think the
Okay.
second piece and effective allocation of district resources is the other part. So we can report publicly that our kids are drowning and then we're just looking at them drown. The second part is then allocating resource, which is throwing them the
buoy,
life preserver. Thank you. Thank you. So it's actually calling, the accountability piece is that we do something. And
Okay.
so allocation of resources that could be, again, for the district to decide. But we're saying you can't just report that schools are underperforming. You have to do something about it.
So showing what kind of like life preservers were thrown at a school that is drowning.
It's just saying they have to give them a life preserver. And they get to decide in the development of the framework, which they're, again, already have with the tiers of the performance
Yeah.
framework that exists.
But this is about making it transparent and so that it's visible to everyone is what I'm looking at as well. So can that be done? I guess is the question.
So, yes, thank you for the question, Board President Montoya Cordova. The framework as it exists now has kind of has existed in this kind of quasi space where you know, it would be good to have the board saying, hey, this is something that we think is a good idea to have out there. And also to designate the reason for it. The performance framework as it exists now might need to be redesigned to meet the needs of the board and where we're going kind of moving forward. And so in my head, this is kind of blessing the district's efforts in this area, because before, like, we came up with that because we needed something and like we just needed something. But here it would be here it would be that the board is saying, yes, we think that this should actually exist, and then we can.
And then we have to resource it. I mean, yeah, which is important because then it's, yeah, okay. I'm just,
Yeah, well, I mean, it's like the structure is there, but honestly, have you ever gone, I know you have any of you ever gone on and looked at the performance framework? It doesn't give any relevant information to our families. It just says that there are tiers.
It was not designed for the purpose necessarily.
Right. So the structure's there.
mhm.
Then I think it's just, this gives you permission to build on that or gives you direction to build on that.
But it also says that we're going to commit to resource it so that we can build it because it's not going to come with no resources. So that's it's another administrative cost to do that. I mean, it's nice to have, but I know that it's not easy. Right?
None of our work is easy.
Yeah, none of our work is easy. Okay. All right.
And then I had one more, is on the last paragraph, you used shall. So did you want to keep shall? Because in the first paragraph, all the shalls got changed to
That was our
will.
mistake. We just addressed it in our
Oh, okay.
revision, but thank you for catching that.
Okay.
I think Dr. Segura had.
Okay, if we can maybe read it, make sure we're all on the same page. I think I'm struggling a little bit with what some of the discussion was about. Like, I feel like it's our district's responsibility to create a transparent, like, data dashboard for all our constituents, which SAPR has done a tremendous job in doing that. I feel like the performance framework is meant to inform schools. And so I wonder if that's more in like the procedural directive of how we work with schools directly. And if the data dashboard is kind of the policy where we make it transparent to everyone, what our data, school data is, our district data is.
So again, for me, the key is the superintendent will establish an accountability system. And I was using accountability system or performance framework almost as synonyms. School performance framework, whatever. So we could call it accountability system, but I don't want it to be interpreted as being all about the high stakes accountability. It is about how we ensure performance. So the superintendent or designee will establish a district-wide school accountability system or performance framework to ensure transparency, which again, is we have the public reporting, we have the SAPR, we can see how schools are doing, and effective allocation of district resources is for the board to say to the district that in addition to reporting how schools are doing, you also have to do something about it. And I think this is very aligned to our guardrails as well, to which we're saying we need to equitably allocate resources. And so some schools, and are the tier 1 or tier 4 the lower performing right now?
4.
The 4. So some schools in the current scenario, tier 4, might get more stuff. They might get the TOPS model, they might get a community school coordinator, they might get interventionist, whatever. That's the allocation of district resources. So I think that's just the key, is to have those two things in tandem: transparency and allocation of resources. And resources broadly, people, time, money, which sort of is back to the TOPS model. So it provides the district the flexibility to come up with what is this performance framework. Maybe it is the same tier 4s, maybe tiers, maybe it's something different. But the main point being in this policy around accountability, we should be talking about school accountability, not just assessment and not just student level performance.
Yes. So I will say that the thing that stands out to me about what you've said there is the why. So to ensure transparency of outcomes and effective allocation of district resources. As I kind of mentioned before, accountability systems can be designed to do a whole bunch of different things. And this one states the intention of the board that it's for transparency of outcomes and to ensure effective allocation of resources. And so what we would do is look at what we've produced, which is, we have a lot of data and information out there, but what we would do is take what we have and then look at these purposes for transparency and allocation and make sure that whatever new format we come up with is aligned and meets those particular reasons.
Do you want us to read it?
Yes, please.
So the superintendent or designee will establish a district-wide school accountability system or performance framework to ensure transparency of outcomes and effective allocation of district resources.
And just to ask you, Superintendent Elder, because nobody's talked to you for a little while. So I mean, I'm just sorry I bothered you. So I'm looking at this and going, I mean, I kind of want to know what you think, if some of this, if it's all fine in policy, or do you think any of this should just be in procedural directive?
Well, this is pretty significant transactions you're talking about. I think some of it probably should be in procedural directive. We had initially, when we brought these forward, I think we had asked for a second read and then bring it forward for approval, but it's moved to first read approval. I think there may be some things in there that do concern us, but whether they're popping immediately to the head and to my mouth, I don't know. None of it sounds bad. It's all in theory. It makes perfect sense. And I agree with the theory. I'm thinking about the practicality of what it looks like and how we're going to do some of that. Creating an assessment system. I've had this conversation with Dr. Bowman more than once, and there are things that are needed beyond just the test or the assessment. Let's not say test. The people to look at it, the people to make sure it's being given properly. I don't know, just a lot of things and elements to go into what you're asking here. I think it makes sense. I think we should have it. I wonder what elements would fall into procedural directive. We probably have to consider that. That's where
I just thought it was a lot. So I thought
everything keeps adding. I mean, every time we write these policies, we add something. I always like when we do the reduction policies. Those are more fun for me. These are are the more complex and difficult ones. So it is a lot. You're asking a lot. It's simple in nature. And I think once it's there, then it's there. I think it's going to be the creation and getting people to the point where they use it and then use it effectively. That's going to be the stress point.
I'm sorry, our fundamental job is to improve student outcomes. So if we don't know how students are performing, how schools are performing, and if we don't allocate resources to that end, then what are we doing?
Yeah.
And I don't think that this is adding, the language that was taken out of here was that funky language around APS has the flexibility to put in place their own accountability system because whatever. So that didn't make sense because the state situation was no longer how it used to be. So this is actually streamlining it significantly from what used to be in there. So it's just saying APS will have an accountability system. And at the core of that is that we're tracking how schools are doing and we're allocating resources to those schools and it's transparent. And if it's hard, I think that's okay because that's our job.
Yeah, I don't think I disagreed with you at all. What I simply said was, actually, we do have an accountability system. Does it meet some of the goals you've laid out tonight? In some ways it does, in some ways it does not. And so there will need to be change. I don't think we've shied from hard work. I don't think that's at all. It's just the question I was asked was, should some of it be in procedural directive? And I was trying to answer that question. So I don't see, we're fine.
So I want to get clarification because I feel like we're contradicting ourselves in several ways here. Because, and maybe I'm going to direct it more to the team. Do you feel like what was presented by Board Member Gonzalez is something that we can follow through and be able to support? Or are you seeing significant challenges? Like, where are we at because I hear no, and then I heard we're fine. So I am so confused where we're at.
We're fine.
We're good. We're good with what was recommended. You feel comfortable with it?
Yes, it will require a review of what we have to ensure that we are abiding with the board's wishes,
Okay.
but I feel confident that it will be possible to do.
Because I just feel like, again, I feel like we're starting to rabbit hole and get really deep again into the weeds versus just doing what it says we're going to do. And I think your statement just added additional clarification around accountability. And it's just going to support overall what the district does. Or am I not seeing, I'm like, why, how did it get so complicated? I think throughout that, or did I miss something?
I think Board Member Gonzalez clarified precisely what she was looking for.
Okay.
And I think for me, the only thing that was a question mark in my head is timeliness in terms of how quickly we can do it. And I worry about that. I mean, that was the only thing that I'm worried about.
Well, there's no timeline in any of the policies.
Okay.
So that comes in the procedure.
Well, but I also know this board and we put it out there and we say, I think the expectation is going to happen now. And I just worry about that. So that's the part I'm concerned about.
Yeah, I mean, so I think putting in the context of everything else that's going on, right? We're about to review the goals and guardrails, and that's district level accountability. We have language in here around student level accountability, which is the assessment. So what's missing is that middle piece, which is the school level accountability. And Attuned is working with the district to align strategies, initiatives to the strategic goals and to establish 18-month implementation timeline for when those strategies and initiatives will take place. Part of that includes the dashboard and how the dashboard helps track. So I think it is just seeing all of that come together, and it's going to take some time to switch regardless. But again, there's nothing in here that says by X date.
It's helpful to hear that because in my mind, I'm just thinking the timeliness because I just know this board. And we set an expectation and then we kind of flip out if it's not met. And so I just want to be really clear about that. So there is no timeline in here. It is something that we're going to work towards. It's kind of like we're striving to use our magnet conversation, but is definitely something that we can get to, and you feel confident we can get there, but is something it's going to require some work.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, I will say that while I'm confident that we can get there, I am not putting a time frame on it because for all the reasons that we mentioned here. The work with Attuned is kind of moving along, and I can just, you know, I know that there's going to be a lot of work coming from there. There's going to be a lot of work coming from these schools and the guardrails. And this policy just kind of indicates we should have an accountability system for schools, which is aligned with a lot of the other work that we are having to do. It's aligned, and it's something we can do and should do, and we will strive to get it done.
Okay.
So I would like to make a motion to accept the policy with the changes stated with your verbiage that the statement you added. That's aligned with Board Member Gonzalez's.
There's one more
that
thing
make
that
sense?
I
Okay.
asked. I just read through it and it kind of is sticking out really strangely to me. The last sentence of the first paragraph, we end with Albuquerque Public Schools will provide rigorous academic programs for all students. That's a weird sentence to end with. So I
Yep.
wanted that up to the very first sentence to say Albuquerque Public Schools will provide rigorous academic programs for all students and will comply with all state and federally mandated student assessments.
That sounds good.
Yes.
I'll second the motion as amended with the change from Dr. Segura.
Well, hold on. Did we agree that that last paragraph was more in the more procedural directive than policy or
No.
not?
No, Dr. Bowman, Dr. Segura, and Superintendent Elder all said that final paragraph was that they were all fine with it. And that
Okay.
they were going to strive for implementation.
And our board is going to chill.
But there is no dead timeline on that. Yeah. Okay.
All right, so we have a motion and we have a second. Is there additional discussion? Dr. Bowman, you look like you have.
Yes, sorry, it just came to me because we were doing a really great job with this, and we had a discussion a little earlier about policy IH instructional program. And in line with, you know, trying to have the policies line up with the titles, I was just wondering if that sentence is duplicative of the entire policy IH, and maybe it should just be stricken from the accountability policy. Then we can have fewer words.
I would go for that.
Wait, what?
So to be clear, Albuquerque schools will provide rigorous academic programs for all students is duplicative of the entire policy IH instructional program, which talks all about the academic.
So I'll make a motion to amend based on your recommendation.
Friendly amendment.
Friendly amendment. There we go.
This document is really pretty.
I will second again. So it's adding the purpose statement for assessments. It's cutting the last sentence of the first paragraph and it's adding the third paragraph related to the superintendent establishing an accountability system.
Okay. So to sum up, we had a motion and a second, then we had a friendly amendment that was then seconded. So we are now at the point where we can.
I think we can call the
Call
roll
the
call
vote.
now.
Yeah.
Okay. Peggy Mueller Aragon,
Hesitantly, yes.
Danielle Gonzalez,
Yes.
Barbara Peterson,
I look forward to seeing the procedural directive and I'll vote yes.
Crystal Tapia Romero,
Yes.
Josefina Dominguez,
Yes.
Courtney Jackson.
Yes.
Yolanda Montoya Cordova.
Yes, okay, so our next item is just approval for all of the remaining consent calendar items.
I move to approve the remaining consent items number 5A, 5, 7, and 8.
I'll second.
All right, I have a roll call, please.
Peggy Mueller Aragon,
Yes.
Danielle Gonzalez,
Yes.
Barbara Peterson,
Yes.
Crystal Tapia Romero,
Yes.
Josefina Dominguez,
Yes.
Courtney Jackson,
Yes.
Yolanda Montoya Cordova.
Yes, okay, so moving right along, we are now on. This is really interesting because my my dais copy doesn't have what the next item is, which I think is let me see.
Magnet school.
Yeah, it's not showing up on my copy here on the dais, so that's what was throwing me off. So we'll go to that. So our next item, agenda item is, let's see,
Oh, yeah.
is the magnet school is a resolution? Is that?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so, this is considered.
That is consent.
Oh, that was consent. We already did it. Okay.
Um,
Me off. I'm sorry about that. It was just throwing, we're on the right place. Okay, never mind. Okay. So our next item is consideration for approval of charters. Before we move on to that, I just want to have just give the board a little bit of a summary of where we are. So we actually, the executive committee met with both of the charter schools that are in question, with the Talent and Development Academy and also with El Camino Real Academy. We met with some of their leadership, to them the concerns and the questions that the board had regarding the renewal applications when they first came to us. So we discussed the concerns around performance, a lot of the things around the chart that was given to us in terms of like the red, green, yellow places where either funding was amiss or their spending wasn't appropriate. And then we talked about their plans moving forward as they go into the next piece. We did also present to both schools the option of, or we discussed about a 3-year versus a 5-year renewal. There wasn't agreement on that, but there was a lot of agreement, I will say, from both charter schools in a really candid conversation, I believe, around the importance and the significance of student performance. I think that understanding that academic outcomes are definitely understood as a value and as the vision of where we want to see our students. Also expressed a lot of concern about, just how are we going to get to some better outcomes, noting that our students in all of our public schools, including our charter schools as public schools, need to have access to quality schools. Also noted that our role as an authorizer, because we are public officials that were elected to support public schools, that we see charter schools as part of that. Public schools are things that we support and we promote, and our goal is to assure that our public schools are actually meeting the vision and values of the community that we serve. So we just pretty much left the meeting, I think, with a better understanding of each of the schools themselves. And I'm going to open it up to Board Member Aragon and to Board Member Jackson if you want to add anything else that you came away with during that conversation, because I think what we're just going to do essentially is just the consideration for approval of the renewal. We did have, there was an appeal that was submitted because we didn't go through that process initially. And so PED is kind of waiting in the wings. If we don't do this, there's still an appeal on the table, and there's a possibility that the ruling will be made for us if we do that. So I don't know if you want to add anything else.
I think the only thing that I would add or highlight is, student outcomes and proficiency are very important to this board. And that was definitely, I was in one of the discussions, and I'm certain to say that was discussed and brought up. I think we had good conversations, and the administration and the board also left with some process issues that we need to work on. Yeah, so we left with our own to-do list is what I will say. But we have to educate our kids, and we are authorizers. We represent the taxpayers. We have to make sure that funding is being used appropriately, and we have to, back to what Board Member Gonzalez said, our job, the sole purpose, the reason that we're here is student outcomes. And if we are not intently focused on that, then we're not doing the job that we were hired to do. So I think those are my only additional comments.
And I would just basically echo what Member Jackson said. We're supposed to be doing what's best for kids always. They should be having the best education possible. We have to answer to our taxpayers. We have to be fiscally responsible, and we have to look at student outcomes. And that is, in my opinion, the most important reason that we're here and that we're elected. That's what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to make sure kids are in a school where they're getting a great education and they are not suffering in any way academically. And I am not a very happy person that things did not go the way they should have, and we didn't have somebody let us know that we don't have a good process, I'm assuming, and that we didn't give ourselves enough time to get all the answers that we needed. And I hope that we will be able to fix that and this won't happen again, because in the end, it's the kids that are suffering and the kids that are not getting the education that they so rightly deserve and that they are so capable of.
And then I just want to add that one of the other things that we discussed also was one started out really that our goal with the charters that we authorize is to make sure that we can provide quality choices for the families that we're serving, is that we want to have that partnership, and we want to ensure a group, a list of charter schools that really provide quality options for the families that we serve in throughout the district. That was one of the first key things. And then lastly, we also made a commitment that the Board of Education is going to look at the way that we review our charter applications and the charter review process more distinctly. We will have our own special sessions just around chartering. I know we want to have a workshop with the office so that we can just get to a better understanding of our role as an authorizer and the rules of the game or the engagement of all that. So Dr. Escobedo and I have talked about that and the strategies that we're going to use there. I'm really confident with the way that we can look at that. But essentially, it's important for everybody to know that the number of charters that we have in this district, and we were just, Board Member Mueller-Aragon and Jackson and I were talking about this, is like, it's almost another zone because it's that many schools. So we called it Zone 5, but we do have quite a few. So those are some of the items up there. So what we'll do now is we'll go on to the first one, which is consideration for approval of the charter renewal with a term of 5 years for the Albuquerque Talent and Development Academy. I don't know, Dr. Escobedo and Mr. Garcia, if you want to add anything else to the conversation.
No, I think we stand for questions.
And I do want to mention also that the next step after this is if there is a positive renewal, then it goes into the next step, which is actually negotiating the performance framework and the accountability piece on that, correct?
Yes, correct. And we will bring you specific performance framework indicators, as you were talking. It very much relates to your previous conversation as well. Very similar process.
And that's through that process that we can actually review performance and then also monitor progress as we're going along. Okay. Are there any questions? All right.
Yeah, I have a question.
So go ahead.
So this is for you, Dr. Escobedo. So regarding that performance framework, could you just kind of give us just a general idea? Because I realize that we're going to have a work session that's going to go really in depth. But I think it would be important for us to hear and for everyone in the audience to hear what is potentially going to be in those performance frameworks. How are we going to determine that the will of the board and the goals that we have set for APS are going to be mirrored within this performance framework?
So, Board President and Board Member Jackson, members of the board. So for example, our performance framework looks at academics, financial performance, and then general operations. So general operations is compliance, making sure that they're in compliance with state law. Finances, are they in some of their state or some of our financial measures of ensuring that they have proper viability. So we can go into that. But specifically, if you look at page 37, we've had the schools in their renewal application propose academic measures, performance measures. So we'll negotiate those, and those will be specifically monitored as we visit the schools virtually and in person each semester. So looking at where you at with your interim assessments. When your standards-based assessments come out, where are you? Where are your Yazzie Martinez subgroups? And are you implementing and presented in this renewal? So that kind of all goes together. Now, if they're making progress and they're close to making their goals, I think that's one conversation. But if they're not making progress in implementing their strategic plan and their goals aren't being met, that's when we come with what we, and it documented on page 36, our oversight process for issuing a notice of unsatisfactory performance, that sort of thing.
And so is this inclusion of academic goals, is that something new that is a new process that's been developed, or?
Well, the pandemic kind of stopped us. So we were following the school grading system. We're working on a new academic framework. Pandemic came, so we're back to a baseline with a standard of last year's assessment, and then we can move forward. So I think this is perfect timing to where we're going.
Okay.
So do I have a motion for item 6A?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Board Member Dominguez.
So on page 36, Dr. Escobedo, in the, your outline of expectations, the 1, 2, 3, 4, the fourth bullet and the first sub bullet. From the contract, the authorizer shall notify the school in a timely manner of unsatisfactory performance on the organizational, academic, or financial frameworks. When I read that, it just struck me that this requires the Office of Innovation and School Choice personnel to work even harder to notify the Board of Education as soon as possible of the results, right? School visit results. And I did share this concern. I know you all work hard, and there are only, what, 2 of you? 2.5? So I guess I'm putting my faith in. I think some good things have come out of these conversations. One, that a process, that we need to improve the process. But within that, I'm concerned about not having enough staff, and how we, in the process, how we take that into account for holding schools accountable. So I don't know that's not a question, just an observation and a concern. But thank you to all for the conversations that you have started. I think there's a lot of work still ahead. And I don't know how you're going to do it with 2 people.
Dr. Escobedo, do you want to add anything to that?
I just wanted to point out, you'll be receiving actual copies of unsatisfactory performance after our audit was released. So it's just part of our process and our system. So we issue that notice to make sure that the schools develop a corrective action plan. We meet with them. So as long as they're implementing it, developing it, they move forward. So I think a couple of you have experienced when we had a school that had the same issues around special ed, they were not improving. And so we did give them time. And then after a point, we can come and say, this school does need to be revoked. I think it's adding us a level of accountability of academics, which we appreciate, aligned with your goals. So thank you.
Okay.
Have you ever revoked any charter schools?
Yes.
Board President and Board Member Dominguez, there has been 7 charter schools that have been closed by Albuquerque Public Schools.
Yeah.
And how long did it take to get to the revocation?
It's a several-month process.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, we have. It took a while, but I mean, there is a process that I've had an opportunity to experience, and it's not fun. It's hard.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah.
And I just want to say I came away with a better understanding of each school as a result of the meeting. I think that was really helpful. I definitely came away with a deeper appreciation, I think, for each of the type of work that each of them are engaged in and the processes that they have in place.
And I would just say that there's a difference between them doing a good job filling out an application and dotting all their I's and crossing all their T's. And then you compare that to student outcomes. You can fill out an application really well. That doesn't mean that you're going to be the best applicant and you should get the job.
All right. Okay, so let's just, so we're on item A. Go ahead, Barbara.
When we do our workshop on charter school governance, can we invite an appropriate person from the PED?
Absolutely. We talked about that. Definitely want PED there with us, for sure.
Here's
that
just a
would be
side
helpful.
comment, just through this conversation, because I see how rigid we tend to be with the charter schools and really trying to hold them accountable as they should. But my request would be that we have this exact same accountability and guideline for our own schools. Because it's unfortunate that we're trying to hold them to a higher standard than what we hold ourselves. And when we talk about accountability, it has to go across the board, not just charter schools.
Well, I don't believe that we are holding them to a higher standard. They have asked for a charter on the basis of accumulating more resources to do something that they say they can do better. And our whole process, what have we done in the last year except do everything we can to focus on outcomes for our students? And if we break down by demographics, the schools that do well are serving a group of students that we do equally well with or better. And when you look at the schools that are not doing well, there are many issues, and the demographics are not anything that we should be surprised by. So what have we done in the last year except live and breathe how to make outcomes better for students? That's the task that we've taken on. But these are schools that are saying we can do it better, and we deserve to be able to step outside of the same process that our schools have. And so it is absolutely critical that we examine where they are and how they're doing. I do have a question. I wasn't finished with my questions. Did we get a correction for pages 42 and 43? And I may have just missed getting the correction, but the chart with the green and red and yellow has Montessori, the Rio Grande, up on top. And I apologize that I didn't request this sooner, but it doesn't align. The pie chart.
We did send out an updated
Yeah.
document from Jennifer and I can.
Okay, then that is on me and I apologize.
Yeah, I
for
think
that.
it yesterday or late, I think.
I will forward it to you.
And I missed it.
So on that note, if I may just piggyback on your observation, board member Peterson. On page 43, I counted 6 out of the 8 rows there that should be in red.
Mhm.
This is, I mean, they're not in, they are in the red on 6 out of 8 rows.
So,
And I think it matters. I think it matters because it would appear that we're being petty if all we're looking at is all those greens and 1 red. That's being really unfair. But the reality is that they did not color code. Well, it's because it may refer to, well, no, I don't think so. It doesn't refer to the Montessori of the Rio Grande. Details matter. That's all. Details matter.
that's on me.
Okay.
And
breaths. Go ahead.
I mean, I just fear, I have concerns about the 5-year. What happens if there is no improvement within, are we saying no matter what, this 5-year contractual agreement is 5 years, period? Do we have, are there goals within that for continuing and honoring the 5 years or revoking sooner than that?
So a board member Peterson, members of the board. So the next step, if you were to approve just the renewal, saying that, you know, we do agree that the renewal should go forward, we would negotiate with the school the performance framework. And that's where, if you look for Albuquerque Talent, for example, on page 37 of your packet, they are proposing some academic goals regarding the SAT and their interim assessments. So we would sit down with them and say, this is what you proposed. Do you really think you can attain this?
Right.
You know, there are some opportunities for us to bring you some goals in around the financial performance as the concerns have been stated by the board as well.
But as I understand, it's like the renewal is just the context for 5 years, but within that 5-year context, Board Member Peterson, we're also looking and we're monitoring. And if performance is going great, which is what we all want, that will be fabulous. But if things are not going well, then that's where our opportunity comes in for the discussions around next steps, either corrective action. First, I think is first steps. And then if nothing is done there, then we start to look at our other options, similarly to what we did with that. The last time as a board, we actually went through that process with a school that didn't turn around.
So the answer, Member Peterson, when it comes to, in one of the questions that we'll be reviewing their performance each semester. So the soonest for a new contract would be the spring after. This could happen in May 2024, the soonest, if there were no progress or there were still concerns. So it'd be a year, a little over a year from now. That'd be the soonest.
Okay. Go ahead, Board Member Gonzalez.
So I will move for consideration of approval for the charter renewal with a term of 5 years for Albuquerque Talent and Development Academy.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right. So we have a motion and a second. Let me have a roll call on this, please.
Peggy Mueller Aragon,
No?
Danielle Gonzalez,
Yes.
Robert Peterson,
Unhappily, yes.
Crystal Tapia Romero,
No.
Josefina Dominguez,
Yes, only to honor the effort of our executive committee.
Courtney Jackson,
Yes.
Yolanda Montoya Cordova.
Yes. All right, so our next item is consideration for approval of the charter renewal with a term of 5 years for the El Camino Real Academy. Do I have a motion?
Wait, what?
It's for El Camino Real Academy, and I'm asking for a motion because we just voted on.
Roll call.
No, I said a motion.
I will move for consideration for approval of the charter renewal with a term of 5 years for El Camino Real Academy.
I have a second.
I'll second.
May I have a roll call, please, Ms. King?
Peggy Mueller Aragon.
Oh goodness, think these children are there from kindergarten to 12th grade. No.
Danielle Gonzalez.
Yes.
Barbara Peterson.
No.
Crystal Tapia Romero.
No.
Josefina Dominguez.
Again, yes, only to honor the work that the executive committee did.
Courtney Jackson.
No.
Yolanda Montoya Cordova.
Yes. Okay, so I think that one didn't carry. Correct, okay. All right, so our next item for consideration and action is a government affairs update. This is just a discussion.
Okay, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Elder, we're here tonight to bring you an update on the New Mexico legislative session, which has 17 days to go. So the House of Representatives did finally pass their budget. We're going to go over some highlights at the end of our report here, but I'll turn over to TC real quick.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Elder, House Bill 126, the changes to school graduation requirements, passed the House of Representatives 64-3. It passed Senate Education this week and Senate Finance today. It will be heard on the Senate floor, and if passed, will go to the governor. Senate Education passed HB 120, House Bill 127, which makes the minimum salary for educational assistants $25,000 a year, and it is now in Senate Finance. House Bill 130, which would increase the minimum number of instructional hours, passed House Appropriations today, and along with House Bill 199, that increases the school at-risk index.
So Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Elder, we have not seen any movement on SB 4, which is our Healthy Universal Meals. So we kind of pushed that a little bit this week. That is scheduled for Senate Finance tomorrow morning. And Senate Bill 131, which is the capital offset bill, that did pass the Senate and House Education and is now in House Appropriations. One thing I did want to point out with that bill, it not only helps our capital offset needs, but it does add $100 million for CTE and security that's going to be distributed through the SEG. So we're going to get our proportionate share, which should be about 23.7 million.
Wow.
So here are some notes I want to highlight from House Bill 2, which is the budget. If the at-risk changes go through, which there was some, it was a dicey afternoon in House Appropriations, but they did pass that committee, we would see an additional $7.7 million in funding. I did want to point out that the language to increase the instructional hours, the same language that's in the bill that barely passed House Appropriations this afternoon, again, on a very interesting, there's some interesting movement that happened with it or didn't happen with it. But as that bill moves forward, whether it moves forward or not, the instructional hour minimums are carved out in the budget. So it expressly says, as we shared with you the language, that the Public Education Department wouldn't be able to approve a budget that had less than the 1,140 hours. So very interesting how some of those directions are put into budget, even if the legislation isn't going through. There's $139 million currently in the budget for an average of a 5% salary increase. We would receive about 32 million of that. And then we would get about 34 million to ensure that we bring all EAs to that 25,000 minimum factor. There's some language currently in the budget that ties the principal responsibility factor to the family income index. And we kind of heard that was the discussion in family in House Appropriations today to understand kind of what the push from LFC around is in that. And they're really wanting to push incentivizing principals to be in high poverty schools. So it's going to be an interesting discussion going forward, although that didn't pass. And then finally, looks like we'll receive about $11.3 million if the funding sticks for, there's about $46 million in insurance funding in this year's current budget. So we stand for questions on these or any other bills.
Any questions on the budget stuff? Superintendent, you look like you want to say something.
I do have a question in regards to the EA salary. Does that, and are we able to utilize those funds to augment the salaries of our EAs that are being paid out of federal funds?
So what we've been told by LFC, and we'll triple check this for you, Superintendent, is that the EA and the salary increases this year do include those federal employees, all the employees that are on the books, which was a change from last year.
Okay, because that was the issue last year. Thank you.
So that could potentially free up some resources for us then.
Well, no, but what it will do is it will not require us to cut resources to make sure those EAs are paid by the state rate.
Okay.
Because what we were afraid of was that we were going to have to close programs down to get to the $25 for the EAs. Because
$25,000.
last year they forgot cafeteria workers, they forgot
Okay.
federally funded positions. And same with the 5%. Does that include people that are paid federally?
We've triple checked the 5% and they were telling us that it does include that. Our finance folks are triple checking as well. So we
Thank you.
I know, because it's always certain that we're not going to get all the resource we need. I mean, because I think that's typically what happens is we get this allocation, but it's still always like short. I mean, we have a shortfall and a gap. And it seems like we always have a gap of anywhere between 10 to 15 million on just salaries.
That has been consistent, yes.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that we just don't miss anything. I know how we've done that in the past where it was like, oh yeah, they're getting a raise, right? Member Peterson, but then somehow, not on purpose, I'm sure, but we forget about some of those people, right? I am sure it's not, we don't, they do. And so and I know it's their fault and it's not our fault or us not wanting that to happen. So we just need to point out to them that we need to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yes, board member Mueller, out-of-going members of the board. So the 5% salary increase, I will point out, that's a good example. So I don't know what page it is in your packet, but the wording there currently from the House is that it's an average of 5%. That usually gets changed in the Senate because groups get nervous that one employee group would get left out of the other. So the averaging language is expected to come out, but right now it's in there. So it would be an average of 5% to all employees.
See, I don't like that. Do you like that? I mean, I don't like it, but I just think it should be.
5%
This seems unfair. I'm sorry, Superintendent.
should be 5%.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, that's it,
That's
exactly.
not our job, right?
We're in agreement with you.
Yeah, we always push 5% for everyone usually, unless the superintendent and the board give us different direction. This year, there's superintendents have really been pushing for the averaging language to help with compaction. It's hard. I think it won't get changed in the Senate.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Go ahead. Board Member Gonzalez, you too.
Sorry. So I had a question about HB 126, the graduation requirements bill that passed the House and is moving to the Senate. What changes were made from the original version or what amendments?
There were two amendments, three. One amendment, but Algebra 1 or Algebra 2 has to be offered. And financial literacy is now under economic. Third one.
World language.
Oh, the world languages have to be offered.
So the amendment is that those courses have to be offered,
Have
but
to
that
be
they're
offered.
not required for graduation.
Financial literacy has to be part of your economics course, so it does have to be part of that. But in the social studies just standards, the LESC director walked everyone through to really show them how personal financial literacy has been embedded in the social studies standards K through 12.
Thank you.
Any other? Go ahead, Board Member Peterson.
So do you have any just gut level sense of what's going to happen when things go to Senate Finance and actually go through that process?
As far as the budget?
As far as the budget?
I don't think we are I don't think we're too far off. There's
Okay.
about 30 to $50 million that Senate Finance is wanting to have room for, which is interesting because that was the disagreement with the Healthy Universal Mills, which hasn't been moving, but now it's moving. So I will tell you, I think we're still seeing record revenues coming in, and they're not going to do another revenue estimate knowing that there's more revenue coming in. So I think we're in good shape to see everything kind of come together. It's just really making sure that everything, the I's are dotted, the T's are crossed, and the fine print is going to be able to help us, that we're costing out all employees. But I think you can kind of see graduation requirements is moving. The new changes of the instructional hours is moving. I think, the funding for increases in salaries are there. So it's interesting how things are kind of focused, but there's still some movement. As we saw in appropriations, there were a few amendments that had to be battled that we didn't expect.
Okay. Well, that's good news. This may be more a question for Superintendent Elder. Than I know schools are getting their budget projections this week. Do you, if things go as optimistically as perhaps they could from the legislature, do you see any changes in what will happen at the school level with the budgets that they've received at this point?
I'm not sure I totally understand what you're asking. Yeah, there's changes. We've already added some changes in, like I mentioned, and just in terms of formatting and how we're asking to think about it. What we were able to tell them when we began the initial rollout is that last year was a very dark time. I mean, it was a very dark time to roll those budgets out, and it was not fun to be superintendent, stand in front of those people and say, this is what's coming. And now I can say, we're not there. It worked. We're not there. Yes, we're still dealing with declining enrollment. Yes, we're still dealing with, some of those issues, and that doesn't go away. But the impact is not as dire as we walked in. So we're even going to finish this year in much better financial shape than we thought we might even a month ago. So have really had some good things that we've done, and we're in a gooder space. We're in a much better space. I apologize. We're in a much better space than we were last year. So I do, and actually I think my message on Friday revolves around that. Yeah, there's going to be individuals. There's always schools that have dropped, and there's going to be some, but it's now we're dealing with case by case, not mass, mass. That was hard, but we pulled that Band-Aid off and got through it, and we're in a much better space.
I think that's true. It's not catastrophic. I just know from having had a couple of conversations that there is the loss of some positions. And so hopefully there's just going to be some flexibility for how you and the schools and the associates work out those particular needs.
Well, the reality is that, yeah, there'll be the loss of some positions in the sense that schools enrollment have declined. There also may be some shifting of responsibilities. Again, this is what we talk about. If we're going to have goals, then I'm going to have the flexibility to say, I need to focus on literacy, getting kids ready by third grade, and we're going to have to shift resources to get that to happen. And that means that some people who are doing something that probably they're very passionate about and love may have to be repurposed in a role that is still extremely important. And that's just reality. The goals are there, and if we're really going to turn things around, and this is going to be the focus, that has to be the focus. It doesn't mean I don't want to get rid of clubs. I don't want to get rid of, anything that music. I don't really want to get rid of fine arts. But there's some other positions that are probably going to have to be rethought.
When will we have a better idea about when they're going to be rethought?
Man, I don't know.
Come on.
We just on Monday handed out the schools their initial budget, and they have the next 2 weeks to begin to work.
Yeah.
Again, we've asked them to be thoughtful in the way they lay out those budgets and explain to us how they're utilizing them to make an impact around your goals and specific to Yazi Martinez. And when they're losing a position for whatever reason, retirement or, just enrollment, they're going to have to explain what that means so that we have that. And then we have to decide, can we somehow shift and help them? This past year, we put $3 million aside into compliance. For that, beginning of the year, things are always rather fluid, and that fluidity lasts until October, mid-October, almost November. And we had schools coming forward saying, bursting at the seams. And initially in that first 20-day period, we'll move people. We'll say, you know what, this school just didn't make its numbers. We can combine some classes. I know it's not ideal, but we do. We're going to shift this person over here, and that's going to be supported. But eventually get to a point where you don't want to shift teachers anymore. The kids are settled. It becomes too disruptive. So the compliance money allowed us to hire other people. And many times it was unfortunately a long-term sub, because there's just not an army of people out there looking for work. But we spent that down literally to the dollar. It worked. We had a very tight system. We were very much managing it carefully, and it got a little scary at the end, but it all worked out. We had still enough money right there at that second semester, and you have some weird things happen, teachers come and going, programs up and going. We were able to spend it, and so that worked very well. And we'll do something similar next year. So I think we'll have a better idea sometime in April exactly what the impacts are, and as we'll begin collecting what the schools are turning in. We do have to make sure that they meet all the legal requirements first, that nobody did something in error or didn't think something through all the way. And there's going to be a lot of really horse trading as we get into the end of the budget cycle. But we'll know certainly by the end of May, because the decisions will have made much earlier than that, and budgets do. So.
And then I'm going to, of course, be concerned because we have a hard time, obviously, having, math and math teachers or teachers that can teach other languages, or like bilingual teachers, et cetera. And so if we have to offer the courses, the Algebra 2, and we have to offer the world languages, but they're not mandated to take them, then we could lose teachers there, right? Or may have to switch to teach something.
My gut is we will always have a need for math teachers. I don't think you'll be seeing us lose many math teachers. Whether they stay at the school, we'll have to see. The idea is they may have cut down, they may have not, and Joseph, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but they may just require Algebra 2. And so Algebra 2 may not be flooded with students, but they still have to take 4 credits of math, right? Yeah, so they'll be teaching a math class, where they've gotten excited, and I get nervous as they start talking about math for CTE, and they'll pull specific. And our question is, who teaches that? And one, we don't have that course, but 2, is it a CTE teacher and they get CTE credit, even though it says math, or is it a math teacher so they get math credit? And that's where the issues with licensing come in. So there's some elements in this bill that have not quite worked out. I'm also fascinated with the reduction of electives credits at a time that everybody says they want to see more CTE. So reminder to the board, you do not have to reduce the number of credits. You can hold the line. And I do believe many districts, because of conversations I've had, are going to do that. So
I hope so. I hope that's something APS will do. If we don't, I think we need to make sure that we are really watching all of our schools, especially, mostly our high schools, when it comes to what schools might not have that many students that choose to take Algebra 2. What schools are not going to be having a lot of students that decide to take a language. And I think that's just something to make sure that that's not inequitable and that's not just happening at certain schools. I think we need to keep a real eye on that. I know that Madam President will often say when you're looking at CTE and they kind of move toward certain trades that only go toward certain people that maybe look like I do. And so I think it's something that we need to just watch out for.
But I think it's also really important to note, though, that under the CTE conversation is even moving towards the trades, the complexity, especially around the math is there because it's not, Algebra 2 sometimes is definitely required, especially if you're going to go into plumbing. I was going to say I'm trying to, my brain is like not on workforce anymore. Obviously, I retired, but, and also like the sciences and the STEM side of it, if you're going to go even with like our agricultural, environmental sciences, the need to have more rigor in that. I think what it does is it gives an opportunity for our students to sort of explore the pathway in terms of how they want that math to look like or what they want that science to look like and sort of pushing the way through. But I agree with you, Superintendent Elder, in terms of like, who's going to teach some of the CTE or what does that mean and what does that look like? Or is it also that we're going to have an opportunity to push more of our students into like that dual credit side to be able to have that confidence to go into, the electrical courses over at C&M with the math requirement that's there, but they can step into it without having to take, this other, maybe another math course, because they're going to go into that when it's really rigorous anyway. And they're already learning that math there because it's intense. It's very intense math. So Board Member Dominguez, I see your hand raised and I'm sorry I jumped in there right after Board Member Mueller-Aragon.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna change the topic if you guys are finished with that.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So this question is for our legislative liaisons. Yeah. Has there been any avenue for recovering any of the money, the raises that we gave to employees last year that were not included in the teachers' raises?
So what the question she's asking, I believe, is we had to take operational money to cover where raises were not provided. I doubt that will happen, Board Member Dominguez.
Okay, so some of those raises included what, social workers
Yes.
and
Counselors.
counselors? Mhm.
Custodians, anybody who is really not a teacher. But this year's, which I believe refers to all school personnel, is that correct? So we're sort of dealt with last year. It's baked into the current budget. There will not be an increase to make up that. But they will get the 5%.
The 5%. Okay.
Passes.
And will there be any kind of wiggle room then for us to give secretaries who are at Woods End doing 5 jobs a little bit more?
It would have to be negotiated, but there's no wiggle room in the language, and we'd have to see how the budget actually worked out. And remember, a lot of this is based on what happens with the 1140. So the 1140 looms large over a lot of salary negotiations. Until we know exactly where that stands, it would be premature to make any promises. And I'm certainly not going to say anything publicly, but we really have to wait for the 1140.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other comments, questions on this? I think we're good. Thank you so much for taking time with us. I need 5 minutes, so I'm going to take a quick break. And then we're going to jump into our student outcomes focused governance conversation.
No, so I
I thought that earlier. I was like, oh.
So how many flights did everyone have to walk?
Board member, your mics are live and we're back streaming.
Going up and down today.
Lights? For
The power went out today for a couple hours. So elevators were down. We only had one person trapped in the elevator.
Oh, gosh.
We got them out successfully.
Seriously?
Yeah. The all power, the all area, something blue is a P&M issue, not a building issue, but was a number of us were on a fairly important Zoom call and we just went black. And so we called in. They thought that was funny.
Okay, we're ready? All right, so I think we are back. So welcome, everyone. We're gonna get started on our next agenda item, which is student outcomes focused governance. And our first presentation is presentation of student outcomes focused interim goals. So excited about this. So Superintendent Elder and Dr. Segura and Dr. Bowman, welcome.
Thank you. Madam Chair, we're glad to be here. Glad to present these. I remind you that I know the goal tonight is to present these to you and you may go so far as to adopt them and that would be wonderful. We do understand that this could also be seen as a draft that you may want changes and we may have to bring them back. In some cases, there was some very interesting restrictions on how these had to be written. They had to be written as SMART goals or SMART guardrails, I guess, in a goal format. And there had to be 3. So you'll see some of these get a little tight sometimes, but so when you look at goal number 1, which is of course percentage of 3rd grade students demonstrating grade level proficiency or above on the state English language summative assessment. Interim goal number 1 is the percentage of 1st grade students identified in the Yazzie Martinez decision, plus African-American students who demonstrate grade level proficiency or above on the state level summative assessment as measured by iStation will increase from X in May 2023 to Y in May 2026. Of course, we'll serve that every year and we can give reports of some of the beginning, middle, and year. Interim goal number 2 is changed to 2nd grade students. So same idea, 2nd grade students over that period of time. And then interim goal 3 is kindergarten students. Again, using iStation and will demonstrate grade level proficiency at or above the state language arts summative assessment. Some of the work that's being done behind the scenes on that, continued correlation between iStation scores and the reality of success on MASA. There is a level of difficulty when we only have the 1 year of data with MASA, but they are making that correlation. I do believe that what you may see in successive years, as we get more data and more points to deal with, that those percentage, we may come back and say we need to flip these percentages because here the correlations may change as we get more information. Hope that makes sense. I hope I said it right. I always get side eye from Dr. Bowman when I go into statistics, so it's dangerous.
I was trying really hard to keep my eyes forward.
Yes, I am. Any questions about goal 1?
And so what I do want to remind the board is that we don't adopt these interims. These are, the interims are what are stated by the district staff in terms of what they're going to be using as a way to sort of gauge the inputs, if you will, around just where we're going to meeting our overarching goals. So we can provide some feedback for sure, but we don't adopt them. These are things that the district staff gets to determine. So is there any comments on these first 3? Oh,
Tell you that Dr. Segura is already freaking out because we put kindergarten last. That will move to first. So it follows the chronological. These were printed from the draft version. So we'll probably go through some minor revisions, but we're just looking for feedback and language.
And if I just may reiterate what the superintendent said, in that there is this requirement to have 3 goals and there's a requirement to have 3 and exactly and only 3.
okay.
interims. And, sometimes not everything works into threes, even though it's a very useful rhetorical device, but it's not always the case.
Okay, so these will be, and I'm getting some coaching here. Thank you, Ashley. She's in the background here, but so these will be what we will be monitoring. So when we have the progress monitoring, it's like looking at these interims, the activities that are going through here, is what we'll be looking at as a board. Any comments, concerns?
Well, I would just ask because I didn't look at, and it's been a little while since I looked at some of the interim goals for other districts. So is this kind of what they did? Because obviously third grade reading was a big one across the country. So when you looked at, chose these 3 interim goals, is this similar to what some other districts did as well? Do they look like?
Yes, it is similar to some districts.
Uh-huh.
And it is not similar to others. I'm gonna say it, Ashley. Some districts didn't write 3, some districts didn't write it in this format. So, but we followed the rules because we're
Rule followers?
So, no. But yes, this is not atypical for those that were measuring these type of academic goals.
It pretty much looked similar across.
Okay, well, it sort of makes sense to me in terms that if we want to improve third grade, that we'd be looking at kindergarten, first and second graders, seeing how we're going. And Dr. Segura, you have a comrade in order.
I'd always put kindergarten first.
I do have a question.
Please.
So your comments sort of beg the question then, how might you have preferred to write these goals? And I guess, because there's a variety of different ways to do it. And so I'm just sort of reflecting, for example, on, you've said each of these as the students identified demonstrating proficiency. It could be the scenario that in second grade for these students, the vast majority of them are below basic. And so you could set the goal, we will decrease the amount of these students at below basic, or we will.
Exactly.
And so I guess I'm just curious, is that the scenario, or what are other configurations that you think might make sense or might make more sense? Because I don't want to, well, it's question mark.
So if I may kind of take that data type question. So I think with this particular one that we kind of thought collectively that kindergarten students, like maybe it's a little too far out to start kind of connecting them with third grade. From a data perspective, in communication, in this case, having all of the goals be based on a proficiency level standard, it's useful for internal communication of the goal. So it's not a bad thing. Our data team is working on the levels of proficiency that would need to be attained in the previous grade levels in order for us to hit whatever target that we're looking for in the third grade NMASA. So we're working on analysis of that for second grade and first grade. So this particular goal is, we would not adjust it other than de-emphasizing the kindergarten because of the distance away from the goal.
And so as a follow-up then, what are other ways of measuring likelihood that kindergartners are going to progress towards third grade proficiency? Is it, question mark.
Thank you for the question, Board Member Gonzalez. Fascinating. I feel though, given the eyes that I'm getting over here.
No
that
eyes.
I'm-
No, I'm not going to want to hear the answer. I'm looking forward to the answer because I'm not sure I can answer it.
Well, so I feel like I'm about to like go into a kind of a geeky way of of explaining that, and I would love to. But
You have my permission, geek out.
Geek out. Also, I'm
so-
okay with the geekiness because I do agree that assessing kindergartners as measured by iStation may not be the most developmentally appropriate or correlated with third grade success. And so we do know there are other things for early childhood and kindergarten that are perhaps more correlated with long-term success or with at least third grade reading success. So I'm just curious for that geeky answer.
Yeah, so I do want to preface by saying, like, this is hypothesis and speculation. I'm very hesitant to kind of do this without also checking back with my data folks. But looking at things like the early childhood observation type tool, measuring the precursors on a less like, I don't know, not on the computer per se, but kind of doing observations of the students, trying to see where they're coming from. I do think that perhaps, it may not be in alignment too much with, we'd have to be careful, whether like, is it an outcome or is it an input or is it an output? But in theory, there are some like more observational measures in kindergarten and even pre-K that we could use to try to understand where kids are. So that might be something that's a little different than iStation. And then there's an entire range of, instead of using a proficiency bar, that we could use particular scale scores at different level. We also, the iStation test has the ability to look at skills within reading. And perhaps if we were to be all fun and data about it, like perhaps there are some of those skills that are more formative than others or more correlated than others. The risk with doing many of those other things is communicating precisely how it's connected, and trying to explain that to our kindergarten teachers and our early childhood teachers to say, how connected is this to the thing that we want to do 3 years later? So we can get more precise, but then we might lose the understandability of the measure. So it's always a trade-off.
Yeah, so acknowledging then that this is just our feedback for your decision, I would be reluctant to put in place an interim goal that measures proficiency with a computer test for kindergartners. And so I think my preference would be to have it more based on student experience or observations of student experience or something else that we also know is aligned to later literacy. But that's just my perspective, but I really appreciate you answering the questions.
Of course.
Go ahead, Board Member Peterson.
I will second Board Member Gonzalez's insight into what's appropriate for young children, and really work with our early childhood folks to really think about what would be the most appropriate assessment tool.
I will third it.
Board Member Dominguez.
And I would also say that I heard the right questions coming from you, Dr. Bowman, that you're intuitive about this. And so I'm confident that you're going to figure out this labyrinth and rely on the proper resources to get to the right measurement or interim goal in this case.
Go ahead.
I believe we could also look at the kindergarten observation tool, but also our structured literacy efforts as we look at inputs regarding, the staff that's been trained, how we're training staff, the number of staff being trained and principals being trained in structured literacy and letters training as an input that we could measure as well. And then some specific literacy standards that could be those foundational pieces for that could be predictive of third grade proficiency. So that is great feedback that I mean, our heads were just kind of spinning in all of this and we're trying to get all this right. But I didn't even think about looking at our inputs regarding structured literacy. So that's something, I appreciate that. So
I mean, I think just talking to kindergarten teachers, I mean, they will know what works. They know if a child is going to be ready to read and how they're going to do. I mean, you can pretty much predict it pretty well that they're going to be struggling when they get to, you know, second or third grade. So I think just really having a deep conversation with them and what they think would work best to measure that.
But what I'm gathering from this too is like a big district. And so like, how do you do that, you know, with a large number of places to assess, right?
So thank you, Board President Montoya Cordova, and thank you for the feedback here. You're exactly putting your finger on the issue, which is how do you get this super rich, detailed feedback from every single kindergarten teacher and every single kindergarten student, and then compile it all together into a format that we can present to you all and and then just like understand this, you know, synthesis of everything. So that is the challenge.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll take the feedback and think about what's feasible.
Don't you data people rely on random sampling?
There you go.
You know, I love that question because it's part of a debate on whether we should be looking for 100% of people being assessed, and maybe we can do sampling to determine the population means of these populations. So, you know, as always, when you have sampling, you have to ensure that your sampling selection is truly random and you're not, you know, sampling certain folks versus other folks. And I think that might have been why the federal accountability and some of the state ones, like they shy away from that. But that's a great idea. We'll look at it.
Okay.
So what I'm hearing is you want us to go back and play with interim goal 1-3.
And-
We will do so.
I'm sorry, I didn't get to say what.
Oh, go ahead.
So I read ahead too, so this kind of goes to goal 2. And I'm trying to think of an eloquent way to say this. So if this is blunt, I apologize. But these seem very sterile.
Yeah.
They seem like they're just a restatement of the goal. And I don't want us to, well, again, just offering feedback. I want there to be some creativity maybe in how our kids are assessed. And I think that's already been discussed as far as the kindergarten level. But I have to wonder, I mean, these are just restatements going up grades, and this has to last for 5 years. So, and I know Dr. Bowman, you're thinking about this because I can't figure out how to articulate this, but it seems like we just have this block, and the block is just moving forward every 5 years of the same students. If you've got a kindergartner, that same kindergartner, first grade, second grade, third grade. I just think that there can be more, you're assessing the exact same thing every single time. And so these seem sterile to me. Also, reading forward, I know we're not there yet, but interim goal 2.3 is literally a restatement of the goal.
Except that it's measured with iStation.
iReady. Okay.
So if I may kind of respond to what you're saying there. So we did actually think about that, and we did debate whether the intent of these interim goals was to look at a cohort type of situation like you were describing, where, you know, the first year you you check the kindergartners and then you check the first grades and then you see how they do in second and so on. But ultimately we decided this is not following a cohort. It's every year we're looking at the kindergarten of that year. Every year we're looking at the first grade. Every year we're looking at the second grade. And while, comparing the grade levels to each other over time might be useful for our internal purposes and trying to see, well, how did this cohort do? For the purposes of this goal, we want the first grade this year and next year and the following year to improve. We want the second grade this year, next year, the following year to improve. The other bit is that these interim goals are explicitly not supposed to be 5-year goals either. So, and I don't know if this in this draft that all of the dates kind of.
Yes, some of the dates apparently got goofy, but we're looking about no more than 3 years on each of these. And rationale is if we're going to report out on the progress we're making towards meeting the goals, we sort of have to assess where they are in terms of meeting the goal. The other issue, and it was brought up here earlier, is it's like the kindergartners. So the tool, the observation tool is fantastic. But that means somebody has to take that tool and enter it somewhere into a format that we can be disseminated and disaggregated across a huge database. Because it's not just a couple of kids we're testing here. It's not a couple of kids we're assessing and looking at. It's a lot of bodies. We could potentially, I guess, ultimately, if we modified interim goals in the future, look at smaller cohorts and do what you suggested as far as what's that? What Josie said. Sampling, yeah. Sample stuff, yeah.
Random sampling.
Yes.
So, but that was not what we were advised to at this run. So we ran. This is our first time writing these. So trying to do things that we think will be useful and doable are important.
So,
Oh, go ahead.
sorry. So to that point, how useful and durable do you think these goals are that you have right now?
Our goals, the interim goals,
The interim goals.
they're doable.
So, yeah, these goals, so maybe because they seem so terrible, we can execute them. At least like this goal 1, 2, 3. Goal 4, there's some
Go for, we have some chit chat about.
some stuff about, but goals 1, 2, and 3, that we can do it. And then there'll be some conversation, I'm sure, when we get to the guardrails and the interim guardrails.
Board Member Tapia Romero, I think, has a.
So, because I want to go back to kindergarten, and how we measure it, because I'm relating it to the kind of the way we measure pre-K. Because pre-K has very similar, like the ELGs, and they have the rubrics that they have to go through, and we enter it throughout the year to show growth and progress. Wouldn't we use something very similar to that? Because we already have that tool that was created.
Absolutely correct. And the ECOT and the COT.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So there is a bit, I'm aware that we do have a tool. It is supposed to be used kind of district-wide. We have not looked into, ensuring whether, 100% of kids are being assessed in it and then it also being entering. We haven't looked at the data for this purpose yet, but it would be something that we would go look at. So.
Okay. Because I know for sure in pre-K we do it. Everyone's assessed. It's 100% that has to be put in. So to me, it would just be like a simple carry through to kindergarten.
Yes, I just hesitate to speculate on things that I don't completely know about. So it may be.
Okay.
So the COT, is it not used on 100% of the children? Who is it used on then?
I hesitate to speculate. But I do believe you're right. But I don't want to kind of.
I think the bigger issue for me is I don't know where that data is entered. and how it's utilized. So is it done on a case-by-case basis for each child? Is it something the school collects, and is it something we collect as a district? And again, are we able to do the disaggregation since we're focused on specific subgroups? I don't think we're able to do that at this moment with that assessment.
There's also a timing question. So when does the assessment get done? If it's being done over multiple points in time, is there, like, when do we get a snapshot that we could do something with? There's just a number of those. I just don't have that information right now. But it's a possibility. I know we do. I know it's a possibility. But how appropriate it would be is something we'd have to weigh.
Because it would all have to align as well with like our monitoring schedule. Right? So that to making sure that the data is available and which is something we need to get to. So you're, as proposed with what you're proposing on iStation, let's just say, is that it's just readily available. Okay. Because it's required at this time. Okay.
And so it'll be end of the year then? Will that be what, since it says May 2023, it'd be
Right.
end of the year?
So the interim goal as stated here, and that's a very good point. The interim goal as stated here is the end of year iStation.
Okay.
However, internally and depending on, where the calendar works out, we may also be presenting beginning of year and middle of year to try to help provide context of where we're going to end up being at the end of the year. So I think the idea with these goals is, and in some of the policies that we saw earlier, is to be able to have these rich conversations with the board over, maybe like a conversation focusing on goal 1 and having our awesome academic team talking about here's what we're doing with respect to improving literacy efforts, and also have the data on literacy, that the beginning of year data on literacy perhaps, and then talking about like how we're using that, even though the official the interim goal is the thing at the end. So yes.
Okay, so then my other question, because as a teacher, I like to see growth. So when I would give my kindergartners or first graders or second graders, whatever, a test at the beginning of the year just to see where they are. Then I would do it again, throughout the year, but then again in the middle of the year and then at the end of the year. And so wouldn't we want to see that growth by having, in goal, interim goal 1, 1.2 and 1.3, that we'd want to see that growth from the beginning of the year to the end of the year? Or you just, because when you're taking it the end of the year iStation, you did say you would be presenting beginning of the year, middle of the year. So you're looking at the end of the year for that year in first grade, and then it'll be a different group that next year. So maybe it goes to what Member Jackson was saying as well, right? So I'm like, what would work better for us to really see that growth?
That is why Superintendent Elder hired me. So it is, as
you can do it.
As you're pointing out, this can, if you start going into it, it can get really, really complicated.
I'm confused, so.
Yeah, and quite confusing. That's why, like when we're looking at the goals, a goal that might be the technically best goal might not be the best goal for making change in terms of humans, because the humans don't understand the reason why it works the way it does. So that's just like, that's always weighing in my head, like this might be technically better, but no one's going to understand it. And so it's better to have something that's technically less, because it's going to motivate people to move in the right direction. With respect to your particular question, the different tests have different ways that they report out their scores. And you're pointing to another highly technical area. iStation particularly is a test that actually predicts end of year. It reports out on predicted end of year proficiency each time. So if you kind of look at the scores for it, or the proficiency levels, the bar to be proficient just keeps going up because you are, the kids learn more, right? Other tests like the iReady, which is the measurement for the goal 2, is designed so that the standard reporting that you get starts off with a low level of proficiency in the beginning of the year, and then the next interim it's going to be higher, and the next interim it's going to be even higher if the instruction is proceeding as planned. So there's these two different philosophies. There's multiple philosophies, but that's a core philosophy, and it's something that we need to make sure that we communicate and have professional development with our teachers on, so that they understand, you know, just because 20% of your class was proficient in the beginning of year, and then the next time it's 25%, you actually grew, like you exceeded the kind of the expectation, because the 20% was the prediction at the end, right? And so now you moved your prediction from 20% up to 25%. Whereas if we were talking to them about the iReady, we would need to look at another metric to say, well, you should have moved from 20% up to 40%, and you actually got 38%, so you're like a little bit below. Anyway, to say that is, we need to make sure that we have professional development and training our teachers and our staff to make sure that we are interpreting the metrics appropriately. And there's a lot of very there's a lot of very, very smart people who are working on those assessments, and then trying to, you know, we need to make sure we train people on what they actually mean, so we can use them to make change and improve outcomes for kids.
Part of our district, which is part of our district assessment strategy.
Yeah, that strategy's got to include training and professional development too, right?
Exactly.
And I think, I mean, it's one of the frustrations that I think everyone feels, parents, community, kids, teachers, all together, because depending on where a student starts, when competency, this random number of what they're supposed to know, keeps moving, then you can have students that grow well over a year, but they are still showing as being below competency. And so, I mean, I think that ties into our discussion about grade level standards and why we have to find a way of making sure we're teaching the standards, but it doesn't mean we pretend that they get it. You know, our instruction has to match where they are, but that's an acceleration that's way beyond. I mean, we're asking students that start out with some struggles and some obstacles to grow even more than their peers that are kind of already okay, because they're going to show as being competent on that growth line. And I think it's something that we need to not say we're good with that, because I don't think we're good with that, but it's something that we need to understand and communicate. One question I have is and this is especially true, I think, with the math part, although Dr. Segura bringing up our focus on literacy and the way we approach literacy instruction, what role, I mean, the curriculum-based assessments are what teachers live and die on. I mean, that's what guides their instruction. That's why a random sample works fine, because if we want a dashboard number for a school, the random sample is all we need, because that's not telling teachers what they need to know about each individual student. But I am curious about what kinds of studies, like now that we have these new math, we've done our math adoption, what research there is that shows the alignment between the assessments tied to the curriculum and our summative assessments at the end of the year. and what that alignment looks like. And if there is a good alignment, would it make sense instead of doing one more mandated district-wide? Anyway, what role could the curriculum-based assessments play in looking at the interim goals?
Well, so that, correct me if I'm wrong here. So for math particularly, because it is the curriculum-based assessment is the assessment that we are using. And so there's not an additional one there. I can also just say in my experience looking at many different interims, you know, when you look at their scale scores and you look at the state assessment and you test the same kid and they are all generally highly correlated with the end. I could geek out some more because I've been encouraged to do so, but she'll smack me at some point. Maybe like I want to. So no, she wouldn't actually smack me. So I'll say these assessments at their core, they actually use an underlying scale that is the same. They kind of map all of the standards onto one thing, and then they report them all differently. And so when we look at the correlations, they're highly correlated. I will also say we've looked at those for the iReady and the iStation for our current kids and our assessments. And it was same with SBA and it was same with Park. And I have every confidence it's going to be the same with DeMassa. The kids who do well on the one do well on the other, and there's your correlation. So I'm not worried too much about that part of this train. And I really do need a shush. So.
We do know that the state is about to go into an RFP for a K-2 interim assessment to relook at iStation. Many other states are not using iStation anymore. And I know that there has been a lack of correlation between iStation and iReady. And so we're looking at what does that then look like for our kids? And even if, if that is the case that we may be moving away from iStation, maybe we can speak with someone at PED to see if we can maybe get some sort of a waiver to be able to do the iReady K.
We don't know what's going to happen.
We don't know what's going to happen, but we do know that these things are happening. So it's important for us to be aware of them, I think, just for the sake of alignment, because it is frustrating for a teacher and for a school when you have one assessment and another and they don't coincide.
I just want to say, oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Board Member Dominguez, you're up.
I'm just sitting here listening and you're lifting for consideration, Dr. Bowman and Dr. Segura, what I've heard from principals, and that is, to quote one, I deal with the human being first. And anybody who comes into this profession is already of an altruistic nature. And I think back to maybe my second grade teacher. And I'm going to speak here as an ELL, as someone who had to learn English. And I remember SRA, and I could not get beyond one of those. I think I got stuck at olive. And it was frustrating for me to not understand why could I not get past the olive color, the olive cards. And the teacher had no alternative. I mean, go back and do the color before it. But what I was missing was background information. I didn't grow up in a household where people were talking about oh, I don't know, what engineers might talk about or what my kids were exposed to at the dinner table. And I encountered this as an English teacher in high school. There is a ton of background information. And I'm going to invoke one of our legislators who was my student, who just did not have that background information as a ninth grader and could not advance, right? Though I knew that this person would over time. I don't know how you measure. I mean, that's the frustration in listening to this conversation. On the other hand, I am heartened to hear about this look at the lack of correlation between iReady and iStation, and let me quote you, Dr. Bowman, that for the most part, tests, or did I hear you correctly? Many assessments are highly correlated. So we just have to be careful.
Yeah, so there is a challenge with respect to the training and professional development that's necessary to use any assessment to its fullest. And we need training and PD, and that takes investment of resources and and time.
Yeah. Amen.
Yeah, we need training.
And it seems to me that anything that we do at least is going to give us sort of a snapshot of, I mean, I'm not afraid of the assessment. I mean, and that's not the goal of it, was not as a gotcha, but so it's really to understand where we might still have some problem areas, but where we also have, great achievement. I mean, where there's things that, are going well, and sort of looking back and say, well, why is it going so well too? But, who's still struggling and why are they still struggling? But I think it's important for us to use data that way to help just inform, are the inputs working? So, I mean, I think that's really, me personally, I don't have any, this is not my area, especially around kindergartners. Yeah, I don't have any area of expertise in that, but it seems like if these are things that as an interim that the district's wanting to test out, I think it's fine. I mean, I think for us, the question as a board is like, as we're looking at this and they're showing us what the growth is looking like or what's happening there, and we're monitoring, is it really telling us something about achievement towards the goals and the guardrails that we've set out? Is it going to be able to inform that? I think that's really ultimately it.
And also ultimately, I mean, if we want our kids, I'm a proponent of AP for all, and yes, get as many kids to test AP, but then don't complain because we don't have more than 50% of the kids passing the AP exam. Who cares? I took AP biology in high school and scored horribly, but what I learned from that made me the only student at Colorado College that was an English major and had so many biology credits. But again, I think we got to be careful about looking too harshly at assessments rather than the learning that's happening.
Okay.
And that's what I'm learning from this.
All right. Go ahead, board member.
So
Jones.
I need to say this because I'm deeply concerned by the comment that you just kind of offhandedly made, that you were going to shut up, right? That you said, I'm going to stop talking. We are relying on you. You and you and you. And whenever anybody presents in front of us, this says, we are relying on you. So if this is going to work, we need you to tell us. And now I'm looking at you, like, You need to tell us. And you have to be forthright with us. Don't tell us what you think we want to hear. Please tell us what we need to hear. And it's for everybody who's listening to executive directors, when you're presenting in front of us, please don't be afraid to tell us what we need to hear. That concerns me. I geek out all you want with us. Like, the whole premise of this is that we are not the experts. And so if this is going to work, then tell us it's going to work. If it's not, then tell us why, and then do what you guys need to do. But please don't feel like you have to be quiet or stunt what you're telling us, or hold back, or only speak within a 3-minute time frame. I can't overstate how, and it's not just what you said. I mean, this happens, right? We hear, gosh, I wish I had been able to say something. Please tell us what we need to hear.
Board Member Jackson?
Yes, Dr.
I will
Bowman.
say, I have always been forthright, and I've always been forthright with you all. I appreciate the encouragement to continue
Please.
and speak even longer. And I will
Be long.
try to, I will not hold back, put it that way. But I will also try to be respectful of your time and everyone else's time.
All right, so I think we were just on the first one. And so
If I may, I feel like we debated
With
goal
big-
2
as well, yeah.
If you're comfortable, I'd like to move on to goal 3.
Let's do that.
So goal 3, we did want to bring up one concern for you, because goal 3 is your goal. With the new graduation bill, this requirement goes away. So you've selected a goal, and these elements are no longer supported by graduation requirement. So I'm just throwing that out there if you want to reconsider the goal. I don't expect you to do it tonight. I don't, and you may say, no, we're fine with this, but do know there's going to be a new movement on that one, because it's coming out of graduation requirements. Now, I suppose you guys could maintain it in your graduation requirements, but I do think you're going to hear from a large variety of people on that particular topic, because this one was a hot button in the past. I like it. I mean, when I was at Highland, I was the principal. We really pushed kids that were borderline AP to take the AP class, knowing that probably they weren't going to take the test, or if they did it, we would struggle. But we wanted them exposed to college curriculum. We wanted them to see what it took to be successful, to pass a class like that. And when they did, it was highly satisfying for the students, because they felt it was really, challenging. They'd done something. International Baccalaureate, those are kids who are self-selecting. Dual credit courses, I think the more we can get there, the better. The industry certification is something we're trying to build, because that's something we really struggle with. And we're all very proud of the bilingual seal. So there's a lot of elements there, but I do worry about, some kids just saying, well, you can't make me. So as far as interim goals, the first interim goal 3.1 was the percentage of high school students who drop out of school will decrease. We follow that one fairly carefully, in that we're really hoping that as we create a school environment where people want to be here and are engaged, that will allow us to have more bodies to pull from and to get into these programs. And by getting kids in these programs, they're more likely to stay. Interim goal 3.2, the percentage of high school students enrolled in advanced placement, so on, will increase in the smaller period of time. We'll be watching that annually, but between the first 3 years, we'll see what's happened. If things have not moved, there's probably have to be an adjustment to what we're doing. And then finally, the specific to interim goal 3.3, we look at the percentage of grade 11 students who earned a credit, because of course the goal is for graduates. And so we're trying to get these guys in as early as possible. and get them engaged so that we can maybe increase. If you take one your junior year, maybe you're more likely to take one your sophomore. We know that's true of dual credit. The kids that get into dual credit seem to try to run with that a little bit. It's just hard sometimes in their schedules to make it work, but when they can, that's a good one. And if they have success in AP, fantastic, take another one. I think it really opens doors for kids sometimes when they find they can meet that standard. So those are our 3 interim goals for this particular one, with the caveat that the state's going to drop a change there.
Any comments on this one? Go ahead, Board Member Peterson, and then we'll go to Board Member Gonzalez.
I mean, I think the state change are minimums, not requirements. So I think we're okay on that front. I do think that this may be one that evolves a bit, as CTE becomes more integrated and more developed, we might see other things that might be more appropriate. And I'm sort of separate from that. I'm thinking of capstone projects and of portfolios, thinking of the kind of portfolio that that students do for the bilingual seal. I mean, I think the goal was written in a way to reflect what we're capable of doing right now, possibly not what we're capable of doing in the future. So I think that these interim goals sort of match up with where we are. What can we do, knowing that this may be one that really evolves?
Board Member Gonzalez.
So with respect to interim goal 3.1, I hear you on if we don't have students and they can't take the advanced courses. And so certainly tracking dropouts is one potential measure, and we're doing that anyway. I guess I'd be curious for your thoughts, or whether you considered early warning indicators, like 9th grade on track or 9th grade absenteeism, or other key things that are highly correlated to students staying in school and ultimately graduating, because this is the goal related to post-secondary readiness. And so, I mean, I'd be interested in the response to that, but I'll just say I personally would be more inclined for us to be tracking on an interim basis some of those early warning indicators across the system level. But I'm just curious for your feedback on that.
Well, I know Dr. Bowman, I encourage you to leap in, because this was something we debated deeply.
Thank you. Yeah, we debate this very heavily, and I know Dr. Segura also has some things to say on it. In my head, the way this is kind of going to be operationalized is we are looking at the dropouts of school as the actual goal that we're trying to optimize. But throughout the course of the year, we look at the early warning indicators to help tell us who's going to be, who is likely to drop out if we don't intervene in some manner. So those indicators would be there, but they wouldn't, but we wouldn't like have a goal to target one of the indicators. So
Why not?
Huh?
Why not?
We could.
So, yes, Dr. Bowman and I, and Superintendent Elder, were all kind of on board with this graduation goal, because that's something we are measured on as a district. And I geek out when it comes to 9th grade success and early warning indicator systems. And if you remember, that was the original goal that we had, was to track and ensure that 9th graders successfully moved to their sophomore year on track as that measurement to predict that graduation. It wasn't specifically about graduation, but that is something definitely that is doable. And it kind of is difficult to relate. We can conceptualize, yes, high school students who drop out of school will decrease, how that relates to the kids need to be there in order to achieve this. It's kind of a stretch for me, but it's something we can do, and we can look into what maybe the 9th grade looks like.
More and more of our schools are adopting early warning systems, but they're at various stages of implementation and I'd say efficiency. I'm not sure what our initial baseline would be or when we'd even have that. So that was a little bit of the concern of with that particular, there are models, like you said, looking at, percentages of Algebra 1 pass rates, and that's a big, gateway class, we know. Attendance and things we can collect, but we were a little uncertain as a consistent. We just weren't concerned about the consistency, that's all. And then jumping off, and honestly, there's going to be a lot of changes here. We're pushing a lot of change really fast, and I am concerned about a little bit of overwhelming people with too much. So this was just one that we went with, one that we felt was clean and manageable on our end, and didn't really put a whole lot more on the schools that they weren't already doing, except we'll be coming to say, how are you using those early warning systems? Because we need to get our dropout rate down.
Yeah, so I guess I'll just restate it. This one feels a little too easy as an interim goal. And so given what we do know about early warning systems and the indicators and their correlation to high school completion, I would push that we tie our interim measures to what we know matters. And I mean, that wasn't tongue in cheek. If we know 9th grade success with Algebra 1 is a key gatekeeping factor, particularly for the kids that are identified in this goal, the Ozzie Martinez, or in the prior goals, the Ozzie Martinez goals, then why not track that? Like, why not present to us, this is what we're doing to make sure that our English learners, students with disabilities, et cetera, are completing completing Algebra 1, or their attendance rates are improving. So again, acknowledging that this is just our feedback for you, I would push on that, sort of to Board Member Jackson's point, to be a little bit more creative, and to Board Member Peterson's point, to not think about just sort of the limitations of where we are today, but where we can be if we were to put in place a robust early warning system across our high schools. Which sort of then leads me into my other questions related to goals 3.2 and 3.3. It's sort of also related to targeting. Like, as I was reading these, I was wondering, why not place an interim goal related to the Ozzie Martinez kids on these? Or why not place an interim goal related to where these courses are not currently offered, to force the district to offer more of these courses for those kids? And so I know Board Member Montoya Cordova has sort of spoken to the lack of some of these advanced opportunities in her district. I don't know if that zone 1, 2, 3, 4, I can never get the zones right, but why not say the percentage of students in zone South Valley who earned
1, 2, 1 as well, zone 1.
Zone 1 and 2, right? So I don't know the zones, but why not target them towards the schools that actually need this, so that don't have a perverse incentive to increase access to these courses in the schools that already have them. I think from my perspective, the purpose of this goal was to push the district to offer more of these advanced opportunities to the kids who don't currently have them. So that's sort of a general question for 3.2 and 3.3, but why not target these in some way? By student or zone or some other way?
So the first thought, and I know you have something there, is that when we were trying to write these goals, we were trying to stick pretty hard to the guidance that we received from our counselor. And so that's kind of what came out of here. But, hearing this feedback, when you have a measure that just says the district will increase the percentage of high school graduates, you do correctly point out, we could accomplish that goal by doing it in 2 schools or 3 schools or 4 schools, and then the others wouldn't be there. So I do think that there's a risk of that sort of thing in any metric. And we can take back the idea of perhaps this goal could be written, in each zone or something like that. Like we might be able to look at the language to try to accommodate the sense that you're kind of, I view it as you're trying to bring the equity thing into it and not leave particular areas out. And so having a goal for each area, I don't know, like for each school might be.
Well, I'm
too
not
much,
saying,
but-
I'm not saying that. I mean, I think to the refrain, when we stop writing, you start interpreting. My intent, I'll speak for myself with this goal, was around increasing opportunity for the students in our district who are largely Ozzie Martinez and largely limited in certain zones of our city to have these opportunities. And so again, this is just the feedback, but I would encourage you to think of something like the percentage of grade 11 students in zone South Valley who earn credit in at least whatever. So that's my encouragement, my comments, my questions, sort of how you approached it, but.
Thank you.
And I'd like to follow up on that. Because I think when I saw this goal too, it was also sort of stretching ourselves. I think the percentage of high school graduates who are earning these in some of our higher performing schools is definitely there. It's definitely there. And when I look at the South Valley schools, you can see the percentage of students that maybe are in some of this, but not all of it. Definitely bilingual SEAL will show up, but advanced placement, industry certificates, dual credit, IB doesn't even exist. So I think it's just like, how do we look at this as a district so that we're starting to see that bigger picture of where that gap is and why the gap exists. And I can couch this with a story because I had an opportunity to be part of Mock It Till You Rock It. Wonderful young woman who was incredibly talented. But it was really interesting to me that she could not go for her bilingual SEAL because there weren't any AP courses offered at the school in Spanish. So she can only take her AP courses in English, and she wanted to have the advanced placement. So she had to make that decision. So she's doing AP, is a beautiful candidate for a bilingual SEAL and really wanted it. She said, to me, I find it heartbreaking. And it is heartbreaking, but I mean, she's on a track that's really great, but I think it's also sort of taking a look at that in terms of how it plays out across the zones, because I agree with that, across the zones in terms of where we have gaps and how do we fill that so that those subgroups that are also mentioned in Martinez Yazzie are also benefiting from an opportunity that hasn't traditionally been part of their community.
So thank you for that, Board President Montoya Cordova. I do think that, how you mentioned, or someone mentioned, when the board starts writing, the superintendent starts interpreting. And I think that we've heard some clear kind of feedback on these ideas of the different subgroups and also looking at the opportunity gap there in terms of force taking patterns and whether we can write a goal that, or interim goals that kind of include that somewhere to accommodate the will of the board. So I think we have some good ideas there.
I have a question. And I'm sure you know, Dr. Bowman, when do most kids, in what grade do most kids drop out? Like more kids? Is it like 10th grade, 11th grade?
I don't think it's by grade as much as it is by age.
So what age?
Reclassified freshmen, probably around 16 to 17 is when we start to see it.
But as someone mentioned, I think another one, Dr. Segura, if you, by the end of 9th grade, if you haven't hit certain metrics, the chances that you are going to drop out 3 years later is pretty high.
Well, that's what I mean. There may still be a freshman by classification because they've been struggling to get out of that grade, and there just comes a point they say, I'm too far behind. And that's when they start looking at GED or what are my other options? They'll come to you and have that conversation.
So like when I'm looking at interim goal, 3.1, I would also say like looking at those the early warning indicators, the early warning systems. And I know that Superintendent Elder said that they're at different levels at different, high schools. But I mean, I think that is like really, really important to affect. I mean, I just think that is key to keep kids from dropping out. I mean, that, keep them from dropping out. But what is, I know like Algebra 1 is a big one. And then once the kids are a couple of, there's so many credits behind, they just give up because they're like, there's just no way that I could possibly do it. I mean, I don't know if there's a way to like focus on, how many credits are they behind at this time, maybe that might be something that we look at. I don't know.
So I think you asked a really good question regarding, when do kids drop out? And there are kids who drop out officially, and there are kids who drop out unofficially before they actually drop out. So, and what we see is that happens in middle school, and that's where we're seeing our drop. So in working with better communication to our students and families in elementary and in middle school regarding what a credit means, why you have to earn them, what graduation requirements are, and then building off of these goals to really give our kids a strong foundation in reading and math will help that, because a lot of it is perpetuated failure, lack of confidence, bad attendance, which makes them feel like they're not a part of that community anymore when they try to reintegrate. And so there's so much work going into all of those things simultaneously. And, I think looking at, the number of credits that a student earns at the end of their 9th grade year is predictive. Looking at how many students pass their 9th grade math class. Some kids are taking Algebra 2 in 9th grade, some are taking geometry. So what does that look like? I'm not too concerned with those kids, but passing that Algebra 1 class, increasing the number of courses offered in schools regarding this goal.
See, that will be something that would be a little bit harder for the adults to have to do. And I can tell you that having taught at a school in the southwest part of town that didn't have a gifted education class at an elementary level, that's wrong. And so I think that you all having to look and go, where do we have AP classes and IB classes? Like, where do we? I think that would be something, and that's why that Southwest, I can tell you, yeah. I think that's something that you all would be a little bit more difficult for you to have to make sure that you're doing as well as you can. So it's a little bit more, equalized across the district, because you can't take a class if it's not offered. But how do you not know that kids wouldn't take it if you didn't offer them?
I don't think that's difficult. I'm really actually excited about that. I think we can do that very, I think by establishing these goals, it's giving us a lot to be able to work from. And so by creating these interim goals and in collecting the feedback from you all, I think it's really going to give us some very clear steps as to how to increase to achieve that goal. But absolutely, I mean, like Superintendent Elder said when he was at Highland, like pushing kids to be confident to take the AP class, and maybe they won't pass the test, but pushing them and encouraging them to take that test. And I know it's difficult for some teachers because they want to have high pass rates, which means not all the kids take the test, but at the same breath, we're giving our kids that opportunity and that challenge to see what they can do and to move into another class and try it because they succeeded at something at a high level. So I think that we have some really good things here that we can work from. So thank you.
And what Dr. Segura is kind of also pointing out, and this is where, I think we're starting to, like, the conversation is a really rich conversation. And the purpose of this, the training and the governance is to get adult behaviors to change. And I think that what you just heard with the superintendent and Dr. Segura, just by stating this goal out there and having some of these interims, in order for us to accomplish it, we're going to have to do many, if not all, of the things that you're describing, that Dr. Segura is talking about, and that Superintendent Elders talked about. So it's kind of fun, and I think we're like getting into the details of like, oh, here's the other thing we're going to have to do, and here's the other thing we're going to have to do, and here's what else we're going to look at. And I think like we're getting into the implementation phases of things, and so I'm, the track that's going in my head after we're going to go and look at, like, take this feedback back is, do we need to adjust the goal to accomplish those things, or will having the goals that we have force the behavior that we need to have happen? So that's kind of the judgment and that we're going to have to make. So, thank you.
Any other comments on this one? No?
No, I would just echo the, looking at across the zones, I would dare to guess that while Zone 4 has a high level of advanced placement IB and dual credit, we probably don't have a high level of industry certification or bilingual seal. So it's kind of the opposite, right? Like, look across all the zones, what's lacking, and push where it needs to be pushed.
Yep, probably same thing for mine.
We don't have any industry certifications.
I know my little daughter, my little ninth grader really wants to get a bilingual seal. So
Ruby,
Yeah.
have her come to our school. She'll learn it fast.
So moving on to goal 4, this was a difficult one because there's a lot of struggle with what exactly this looks like. And unfortunately, some of the people who are involved in this for various reasons are currently out. And so the people who are relying most on to give us information are not available to us at the moment. But what we really, as we thought about this, we've heard over and over and over again, middle school is the area that we're losing these kids. And so at least in the interim, we really wanted to focus on 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. So basically what you see is a repeat of what the tool's measuring, but we really want to take a peek at middle school because we know behaviorally it is the most extreme. We know emotionally it is the most traumatic. It's
For everybody.
and that's pre-pandemic. Now we're post-pandemic, and we're just, I read the morning reports and it's like, wow, oh boy. And so we've seen in some of the schools where they're really working on restorative practices, where they're taking time to do circles, where they're taking time to do meditation, they're seeing some interesting results. And so we really felt for the first element of this, we'll do it across the board, but there's kind of a feeling at the elementary schools, at some point, the kids will grow into the language of the assessment as well and understand it better. I mean, I understand they'll be pointing to emojis and stuff, but we think we can offer it at elementary and it'll be good. We know we needed it at high school, but we're already trying so much at high school. We really felt that the need was to focus and pay attention to middle school this next couple of years. So that's why 6th, 7th, and 8th grade really following up and really trying to report out on how we're doing there with those kids. So we weren't sure. We kind of wondered if we could take one element like self-perseverance or self-regulation and separate it and measure that as a specific growth. Maybe like do a cohort, but I don't know that the tool allows us to do that. And that's where we sort of struggled with not having the person there that we needed to ask the question of. So these are the interim goals, really focusing on middle school.
I liked it because I think through the course of this I like the focus on middle school because we have had several discussions that we kind of, middle school gets lost, right? We focus on elementary, we focus on high school, and it's lost in the middle. So I saw what you did there.
Any other comments? Go ahead, Board Member Gonzalez.
So I also appreciate the focus on middle school, and I agree with the rationale. And I had sort of the same reaction as I did for the prior goal. So why not focus on Yazzie Martinez students or some subpopulation of those students or zone? And so this is our soft skills and arguably engagement goal. So where or which kids most need to develop these goals. So because we know that these skills are inextricably linked to knowledge acquisition and learning, these are absolutely essential to ensure that kids are making goals 1 and 2. So should we target some resources and target our interim goals on some of those students? Fundamentally, I'm okay with this. I do know of some work in other districts that have actually looked at or crosswalked some of their SEL data with some of their achievement data and other data. So if you look at kids who have some of the lowest SEL ratings, some of the highest exclusionary disciplinary or schools, highest absenteeism rates and lowest performance, like there is where you see the kids that you need to focus. So again, I'm okay with this, but I think as you begin to collect data, it would be really helpful to look at some of those crosswalks and disaggregations to see like, wow, is it really Native American 7th grade girls that we need to focus on? And let's track that. But I'm okay with the middle school focus and just acknowledging that this is a start. And I think that we have opportunity to tweak this. The other thing I will say, as I'm not sure what you were referring to with emojis, but I do believe that the rhythm or tool is not validated for this type of measurement. So I would encourage use of a validated tool like Panorama, which is validated for the early grades as well. So you don't have to rely on
The goal is to use
emojis.
Panorama.
Okay.
Rhythm is a tool that we see as more of a daily use thing, something that would be more appropriate. And again, you've got me in an area that I'm a little weaker than, but Rhythm would not work, I think, for this purpose. It's too
Right. So that's the point I was trying to make. You just referred to emojis. So I just wanted to make sure that we're not. Yeah. Okay.
And if I may, this is very much kind of a start because I have no data on any administration of this sort of a survey. And so kind of when we were asked to kind of write interim goals on a tool that we don't have yet, it was a little awkward. But I really appreciate how the team, like everyone came together and said, but we do care about middle school. So whenever we get this up and running, we're going to start looking at middle school first. The disaggregation, just to be completely forthright, like right now, given that we don't have a tool and we don't know what the data is going to look like, and we don't know what abilities we're going to have, I figured it'd be prudent to not kind of overpromise that we could divvy it up that way. And I do know that the bulk of these tools, they can all like handle grade levels. So we can do this, and then in another couple of years, we look at it and kind of write another interim goal based on what we know at that point.
Well, again, thinking for the future that we want to envision. So lots of districts are collecting this data, lots of districts are disaggregating it in a whole bunch of different ways. So yes, I totally am fine with like, let's get started, but really want to push for us to focus our efforts on where they're most needed and not let current status be an obstacle. Okay. Go ahead.
Just real quickly, the cohort of students in Yazzie Martinez that we've kind of overlooked as we've talked are students with disabilities. And just anecdotally, as I talk to middle school teachers, that is a group of students, I think, who in middle school they hit middle school and there are huge barriers to them finding their way. And so there are many things demonstrated behaviorally, language wise, all sorts of ways that I think as we look at the interim goal 4, that students with disabilities are a group of students we need to really keep in mind in a way that we probably don't need to as specifically at either elementary or high school, but especially in middle school. And I know, I understand, we've had the discussion about that tracking behavior, suspension, all of that stuff is an adult input outcome, not a student one, because it's so subjective and so inconsistent and all of that. But at the same time, as we get more student generated outcome, part of what I think we need to be looking at in alignment is how is that aligning with suspension rates and disciplinary action rates?
I just kind of wonder how because that's something that we've talked about like often when it comes to kids getting suspended or expelled, or they get in trouble for whatever reason and get sent to the principal and all that, I just don't think that that's something that we should be measuring here, because I think almost all of that is about the adult for the most part. Yeah, of course, there's some things that maybe are about the child, but for the most part, they really are about the adult. And I mean, I would like to be able to look and go, okay, this teacher has suspended this many kids, no matter what school they went to, or this principal has done this no matter where they are, because then you could know that is really totally and completely about the adult and not about the student. And so I think that's something that we just can't look at too much, because I really do think that's an adult.
That could be
behavior,
part of our
right?
guardrail pieces, it's just making sure that that's not occurring, but.
Yeah, I don't think we used that.
Okay.
Not in here.
I don't think it's or
Yeah,
any of our suggestions.
yeah,
So should we try guardrails?
let's try them. I know, but yeah, let's go.
Goals
So-
are easy.
Yeah, the goals, I say it to say that, but the goals are the easy ones. All right, so interim guardrail 1.1, this is around not allowing the district to operate with an equitable distribution. So the number of school and or community-based wraparound supports at all schools will increase based on student outcome data beginning middle of the year from X to Y. So we know that we want to look at things like our, kids getting access to services, our kids getting access to needed supports. The problem with community wraparound and wraparounds, they look different at every school. And again, the community wraparound supports, they select certain schools and sometimes they select it on demographics, maybe not total student needs. So it's going to look a little different. So we're still trying to wrap our hands around how we put this in a student outcome. But I would think things, Richard, perhaps some suggestions here, but attendance or, driving down chronic absenteeism, those sort of things. But I do want to start measuring, how many supports we provide, how many times we do provide interventions. They just do so much and we don't always have an ability to quantify it. The community schools have gotten quite clever at noting what they do and collecting what they do. And what I point out to the legislature quite often, and I say this in our board meetings, and you've heard me say it, is it's sometimes hard to quantify what the community school does. But if we if we stabilize a family in elementary school, what's the long-term outcome? And you can't measure what he might have done or what she might have done. But if the kid's successful later on, is it because those community schools stabilize things at a certain point? And That's the point. So that's what we're trying to measure there. Interim guardrail 2 is just simply the percentage of students who have access to SAL programming will increase. And then interim guardrail 3 is to drive down the chronic absenteeism rate among students. So it'll decrease from 40% to, we'll pick a percentage by May of 26, 25. I love stunned silence.
I know, I'm trying to look at the guardrail and.
These were hard.
Uh-huh.
They were very hard to write.
Okay.
They were very, I mean, we debated them and debated them.
And we were also required to have 3.
Yeah.
Each.
Mhm.
They had to be SMART goals.
We know everything you do, Dr. Bowman, is smart.
So, I mean, just right there, that begs the question for me again. Because you guys have mentioned that a couple times, that these had to be SMART goals, you had to have 3. So if you didn't have those restraints on you, how would you have written these interim guardrails differently?
I don't know. I don't know that we would have, I'm not sure I think guardrail 1 might have looked a little different. And I don't know how to say it would have looked a little different because there's a lot of conversation around that. But because trying to measure student outcomes is going to be a little tricky, but
I think the question for us, though, is looking at the guardrail and looking at these interims, based on how we designed the guardrail or we're thinking of the guardrail, are these measuring what we thought in our head? That are they capturing what we thought we were after? Kinda.
So I was just poking around at some other districts' interims. So I think there's some examples of other things that are tracked, like the percentage of students who access mental health services or the percent of staff who are trained in certain things. So understanding the constraints placed upon you by the council, I think it would be helpful for us collectively to think about what do we really need to be looking at to make sure that we're meeting these goals? And what are some other things that we could track? Sort of to Board Member Jackson's point. With respect to interim guardrail 1.1, I'm not sure I understand the based on student outcome data, beginning of year, middle of year, end of year, and how that's tied to community-based and wraparound supports. But I will say, for me, the purpose of this goal was to make sure that students who need supports have supports, and that we're allocating them equitably, meaning that not everybody gets the same thing. And that's what equity is students get what they need when they need it. And I hear a lot about the push for equality and that everyone in the district gets the same thing. And we try to spread our resources too thin by focusing on equality. So acknowledging that every school, every student needs some baseline of support, some kids need a lot more. And so this also sort of relates to the questions that I had about the budget last year in terms of programs and resources and electives and support. How do we know how the Yazzie Martinez kids in particular were affected by those cuts? So for me, it's what do we know about which wraparound supports are offered where and to whom? So that may mean that we need to have some sort of different data collection process. But to know, at this school, they have, I don't know, aftercare, and at this school they don't, or whatever it may be. But I think just that's what I would like to see with interim guardrail number 1. So I don't really understand the based on student outcome data other than Ashley told you had to base it on student outcome data.
No, it was a general term that we use as a catch-all. For example, you talk about mental health services. So when I look at the community schools and the model that they use, they collect a lot of data around how many referrals did they put out? How many families did they feed? How many pairs of shoes did they hand out? How many backpacks, school drives? In our mind, those are student outcome data. We can collect a wide variety. When you talk about, for example, let's just focus down on counseling. we track where we have services provided by community providers. We track how often they meet. I believe last year there were questions about, well, how good are they? What's the outcomes? Well, we can't collect that data. We're not privy to it. It's private. But we know we can tell you how many hours of service are being provided by each provider, and what's happening at each school. And there is an attempt made to push those resources to schools that need it. The problem that they're facing today is, like you said, everybody needs it. So there are ways for us to already collect the data that you're referencing. That was more of a catch-all, I think. We can certainly tighten that up if that's what you're suggesting.
Yeah, because what I'm hearing you describe is inputs, not student outcomes. But so again, like I'm fine with measuring inputs. If our kids need more inputs, need more counselors, need more social workers, need more mentorship, need more whatever, and we want to make sure that that's getting to the kids that don't currently have it, I'm fine with tracking that. So I just feel like this one, for me, wasn't quite getting at looking at the equitable distribution of resources, those resources being wraparound supports. So that's the input that I'm giving you there.
And I want to follow up on that, because on the guardrails itself, it's really around, I mean, what I think too are the behaviors that we need to change so that we can protect that guardrail, right? I mean, so I don't think we have to have a student outcome either on that. It could be an outcome on that particular school, or that, the number of schools that increase their wraparound supports from what I mean, but just increasing supports doesn't mean anything to me either, because here's what I've seen too, is that I think while I love our community schools and I love all the work that they're doing, sometimes the quality of those supports are not always on target. I think some of them, I think some of them may miss the mark. I do. Because I think a lot of it also has to do with an inequity that just exists in the city with regard to access to some quality wraparound services. So we don't have, there's definitely mental health deserts throughout the state, but there's definitely mental health deserts within the city itself. And so the quality of those services that we are providing to our students is also sometimes not at the level that it needs to be. And I worry about how that inequity looks across the district. Again, zoning, how it looks for some areas. I will say in the South Valley, one of the things that we're really, really good at is we've been able to address the concern around access to, healthcare now, because we've actually increased access to some really good community clinics and such. And so there's definitely more of that. But the access to really strong, I think to culturally and linguistically relevant mental health services is just non-existent. I mean, I just don't think it's even, I don't think it's there. But anyway, I mean, I'm struggling with it a little bit too, because I don't think we need to focus on just the student outcome. I think we need to focus on, how we're not going to allow that to happen. And so how does that happen at a school site level? It's like, I don't really know either. I wish I knew the answer to that one. I'm getting tired. My brain is like mush already.
Like I have a hard time. And then even with interim guardrail 1.1, how much can we really increase? I mean, what is reasonable? Like what can happen? Like how many more wraparound services or supports can you really even add realistically?
And we absolutely struggled with creating interim guardrails, because when we looked at other districts' interim guardrails, not all of them were written in like a SMART goal format. And so kind of our thinking was the guardrails that are put in place are basically like the 10 commandments, like the superintendent shall not do this. And for us, we're going to make sure that he doesn't do that by doing this as an, but it's not about increasing or decreasing. It's about putting something in place to ensure that he doesn't, break his commandment. So this was really challenging for us to just put it out there. So when you're struggling, we struggled as well. So we are very open to feedback in these areas.
So I think we've got a sense of what we want to do, what that'll look like. I can't tell you right now, but we'll narrow that down and change that one. Guardrail 2.
Well, sorry, I was just going to offer real quick, something like the number of school or community-based wraparound supports will increase based on student need or something, and tracking the inputs based on need, but ready to go to 1.2.
Yeah. And I know that Ashley's in the ethers too. If you want to weigh in on that, Ashley, you're welcome to, but we're really, let's move on to number 2 and we'll give her a chance to tee up if she wants to tee up on that.
So guardrail 2, the superintendent will not allow resources to be allocated inequitably. Guardrail 1, the percentage of fully staffed tiered priority schools will increase from X to Y over 3 years. Interim guardrail 2, percentage of operational school-based resources will be allocated using a fair student funding formula from 0% in 2023 to X% in May 2026. And this was an interesting one that I unfortunately sent Renette away, but the percentage of unspent restricted and operations funds will decrease from X in May 2023 to Y in May 2026. So every year we hit percentages. There's certain schools that just don't spend the money, or a department doesn't quite spend it all. And sometimes I think that's a little bit of being afraid that, the great water leak of 2023 is going to need this money to do something with it. And sometimes it's just really hard. So we're really going to be working hard with the schools and district departments, because what we're doing is we're collecting that data. How often do we not expend everything? We get pretty damn close, but there's oftentimes areas, pockets. So we're going to try to decrease that so that we can maximize the ability to provide the services that need to be there. And that's from our finance department. I thought it was pretty clever.
Okay, I'm going to go because I'm going to jump in because this is the one that I wanted to lean in on. So I'm going to ask all 3 questions that I have on these guardrails and you guys can answer. So the first one is the percentage of fully staffed tiered priority. Can you just kind of explain what that means? Like,
our top schools, as an example, are priority schools, right? When we went through the structure framework, we tiered the schools. Sometimes those high priority schools are hard to staff.
Okay.
So we're going to try to really focus on how do we recruit and retain staff at those schools, because that's the other issue. People will take a job there and then not necessarily stay when they begin to realize that some of the challenges are pretty heavy. So that's what we mean, really trying to focus on those priority schools, which will have the highest concentration, quite frankly, of our Yazzie Martinez students.
okay. And then the next 2.2, fair student funding formula.
That's Renette's plan to bring in ERS and work with us to move to a new student funding formula. So we're not doing it right now. So
They're
that's
still interviewing us.
They're interviewing you. It's the other
I
way
think,
around.
I think I mentioned that
Mm.
we got to pass their tests. We're doing good so far.
And then the last one, I mean, you started to address this. My question that I wrote down was, what does this reflect? Like how does the percentage of unspent funds, what does it what are you trying to address there?
Yeah, but so as the like the quasi finance Renette she'll be okay with me. So what this is trying to address, kind of like the finance bit, is we do a lot of energy and effort trying to put together a budget that reflects the resources that we think we need to serve the students that we need to serve. And so when those budgeted resources that were intended to provide the services go unspent, that means that those students did not receive what we had planned to offer. And that's the general idea. Of course, there's always things that happen. Of course, there are, like the water leak, the supplies you didn't need to order, but sometimes, there might be staffing situations, or maybe there was training that you could have offered, but you didn't, or maybe there were, counseling hours or something that were budgeted, but then just not provided. And the idea here is that we would try to track that and try to ensure that across the district, those resources are being spent like we budgeted.
Okay. And so that leads me to my next question, bringing up what Board Member Gonzalez said about equity is the definition is that every student gets what they need. And so across the district, right? So how do philosophically or actually, how do these three address the guardrail that every student, because I think you guys will remember originally with this guardrail too, I wanted it to say something specifically for all student needs. So I guess my question is how do these three equitably address the needs for all the students?
So, yeah, I'll start and then you can kind of jump in. So in my head, the core for that equitable B is going to be the work that we do with ERS. That is, I am certain going to be coming back to, going to be the subject of much discussion within our leadership and also with you as well. So that's guardrail 2.2. So we first have to figure out how to distribute the resources. Then you have the interim guardrail number 1, which is addressing the thing that where we already know there's issues with staffing and picking particular schools and trying to focus on making sure that they're staffed is another, it's really important. And it's also tied to the interim guardrail 2.3, which is once we've allocated the resources, we need to ensure that they are being spent in the areas that they are needed.
And what that looks like specifically, what we've noticed is we have many funds like the Family Income Index, the at-risk funding, all the title funds, and some schools get a greater amount from the state of those funds. And sometimes they have so much money that they don't know what to do with it. They don't have a strategy behind it. And so this is going to force us to really work with them to come up with a plan to help support the use of those funds and to spend them down in a meaningful way. And also, when this was something that we kind of struggled with, or that I'll just speak for myself, I struggled with was when it says the superintendent will not allow resources to be allocated inequitably. And when we say all students going toward your point, Board Member Jackson, regarding like, what about schools that aren't Title I, but they have Title I kids in them? Like having principals identify their Yazzie Martinez kids and how is each school resourcing and supporting those kids differently? How you put that in a SMART goal, I don't know. But those were some of the things like, oh, well, we can do this to ensure that this can happen.
What we're wondering is we're going to look at this over time and see if we find some trends. And if there's a way we could talk to the the people involved and say, look, the trend is you're not getting it spent. Maybe you need to rethink how you're spending the money. So that it does get to where it's ultimately needed to be with the student.
Mhm. Okay, awesome.
Go ahead.
I have a quick question about that. Are those amounts ever equal to an FTE, or are they amounts that end up being programmatic, instructional material, other kinds of resources?
I believe the answer to that is yes. But I think it depends on the situation. So remember last year we made the great reduction. A lot of that was FTE that was sitting, waiting to be filled.
Right.
And we just took it. And that's FTE. And how many months had those FTEs sat there? How many years had that FTE sat there? Nobody was coming. And that's the new reality of some of this. I mean, we talk about, staffing priority schools. That's a great, good guardrail. I think it's very powerful. It's going to be hard as hell in practicality. And some of this comes down to, honestly, when we talk about money not being spent, it's hard to move money out of line items, and it's hard because it's bureaucratic, right? And there's state law. So for example, you can't move money out of a teacher or a instructional line item into an administrative line item without an act of God. It has to be run through a very intense process that it has to go to the public education department, and they review it for at least 9 weeks, and they have to approve it, and then the money has to be moved, and it's really hard. So a lot of times what we're going to try to talk to people is, look, every year hitting up at the end of the year and you've got this money left over, maybe instead of putting it in this line item, maybe it needs to be over here in this line item so you can do more with it. Where you seem to be, and I think giving people the freedom to make that decision will be helpful. It's a little scary sometimes to, I really want it here because someone may come. Like you talk about FTE, that's the most obvious. Someone may come, and then I won't have it. I put it over here, but there comes a time maybe we have to think about that.
Oh, Josefina.
Go ahead, Josefina.
Well, I'd like to piggyback on that question. And could you give a more specific example where you might ask a principal to give up the FTE and do what?
I'm not necessarily saying I'd ask him to give up an FTE. I might
Right.
say
Move the money, the line item.
buy training, you might buy something programmatic, although that's all kind of in the same area, so it's a little bit easier. But it's just a way of rethinking the way you do your budget, Joan. I know that it's a big joke among principals, or at least it used to be, that at the end of the year we just buy reams and reams of paper. Because paper is easy to buy, it doesn't go bad, and teachers love it. Kids need paper. So, but why were you buying so much paper? Because you had money left over. So, I mean, you used it, but maybe there was a better use of that money.
Right.
That's where we're at.
So I'm just to interject here for a second. So for us, it's like looking at our guardrail and, what it is we're trying to protect, and making sure that we have these interims that are, that they're interpreting them well enough, I guess. It's like, because these are the ones that are the hardest, I think, because for us, it's really, they are value statements, but it's really harder to get to the point are what we're going to look at when we come together and we're monitoring these, will this information give us enough, that we at least have been able to address that it's somewhat addressing what we hope to get out of that particular guardrail. And I get it. I mean, I don't think we're going to be absolutely perfect. I mean, I think we're trying to to fit ourselves into a structure too that's still kind of foreign to us. So it's like, it's not coming together as easily as we thought.
So do you have like for like interim guardrail 2.3? You already have an idea where this is happening, where there's unspent, where that happens more often, right? Or the schools that seldom have unspent, but have more need than the money that they get. So you already have that information, right?
Not at my fingertips. The finance department has it.
Okay.
They're collating it in a way. It's not something we've traditionally looked at. It was a suggestion that came from up the ranks. This was something we would want to consider as a potential guardrail.
Okay. But that's something that's measured, that you're going to be
Way
able to
measured,
measure.
yes. And I think we can, again, it comes down to who has the time to do it, but it's doable. So I really, this one I know is kind of complex and it's kind of hard to see it. And we may do it for 1 year and go, you know what, it didn't do anything. Let's change the interim guardrail.
Yeah.
But I think we'd like to try it.
I feel better about guardrail 2 than I do about guardrail 1. I mean, I feel better about 2 than I do 1. So let's jump to guardrail 3 and then,
One real quick.
okay. Darn you.
What did I miss?
So I'm just, the percentage of students who have access to SEL programming is what's causing me some heartburn. Because what does SEL programming mean? And SEL programming is something that is commonly misinterpreted. And as I've said before, sometimes people think that if you give kids a high five as they walk into the building, that's SEL. But what SEL and social emotional academic development intertwined needs to be integrated fully into the fabric of the school, into the curriculum, into the PD, into parent engagement, into everything. I wrote a paper on it. And so I guess I just struggle because a school can adopt some really crappy SEL program and implement it. And when I say really crappy, there's a lot of bad stuff out there, particularly for our student population. And if we're talking about things like improving self-efficacy or self-regulation, there's frankly a lot of stuff that really pushes a really dominant culture orientation on kids to force them to act a certain way. And so I wouldn't want us to just sort of allow that to be adopted and forced upon our kids. And I think in some instances, there's also confusion where people misinterpret SEL as discipline. And so it ends up being kids forced to stand in quiet lines in hallways like they're in prison. And so I would just propose that maybe we either tighten the definition of SEL programming in some way or shift it towards something that we know we are already committed to, like restorative justice. So something like the percentage of staff in buildings who have been fully trained on restorative justice programs increases from X to Y or something like that. Because I do think it is more about staff capacity to really understand the environment that they're creating for our kids than it is about just adopting a program. So I was just kind of stuck on that as we were moving and just wanted to come back to it. So that, again, is just feedback for what it's worth.
And that might be one too that could be focused, since you're going to be doing the focused piece at the middle school, right? So how does that guardrail get protected just for the middle school?
Or like restorative justice?
Yeah.
I mean, just try to
Definitely.
think about that. Yeah.
Definitely getting tired because that's definitely slipped by me. But I think that's really critical and practical and something that our schools are asking for.
And I definitely agree with like even that culturally, linguistically appropriate or student subgroups that we're hoping to work with.
And I would also add that your comment about training, appropriately training staff, I think we need to have a high quality trainer. I think the Black community has board a ton of, yeah, knows this well. And I would hope that we would rely on a quality trainer to train our staff.
And if I may, we met today regarding restorative practices and implementation within our district and some of the disruption of the pandemic. What we are working on is a reboot because I feel like we have pulled from many different restorative practice people, philosophies, and there's a lot of confusion ultimately around restorative practices, what they are. Principals and teachers want practical guidance on how to implement that. I feel that we need to be able to do that for them. So know that we're planning a complete reboot of restorative practices and what that looks like, and looking at what has the work that's already been done, and do we want to continue in that direction or braid it with something different? But I agree. I think the greatest challenge that I have realized is the size of our district, and to get people trained in a meaningful way takes a lot of time. And so we're trying to come up with a plan as far as a rollout of what that could look like, starting with our principals and assistant principals, deans, so that they have that clear understanding of what they need to do to set up their schools for success come the fall. What needs to be up on the walls, what messaging needs to happen, what behaviors need to shift, adults. And then as far as the classroom as well, how do teachers set up their classroom in that meaningful way? What practical strategies, what kind of responses do they give? And have one organization or person who we believe their philosophy is aligned with what we believe is best for kids to lead that work. Right now, we have had so much from so many different people that that we need a timeout and reboot so that we can be a little bit more clear. So we literally met today to talk about that. Who we're going to use, we don't know yet, because we're collaborating to get the big picture, but we're moving in that direction. And as far as like, I know our district has already purchased Rhythm. So is it something that, you know, we're looking to implement every day in classrooms to get that understanding of how kids are feeling that day, so teachers know how to respond, kids get those mini lessons? Like, I don't know. And I think maybe that's where this was.
Just real briefly, I mean, I think this is one of those areas where number one, the culturally and linguistically appropriate part of that is absolutely essential. So finding the people who understand the community and kids and what is appropriate has to be a part of that. And just the other piece is, we are a huge district, so it takes time to implement, but once it is done, it will impact an enormous number of students in a really positive way. So it's worth the task, worth the effort.
Okay. We can go to 3 now. We can go to 3. Okay.
So this one's actually the easiest probably in terms of understanding. Basically, we talked about not allowing curriculum and instruction that's not district standards aligned, challenging, culturally, linguistically responsive, and differentiated. So what we saw in the attuned diagnostic models, they went in and looked. So using that model, we'll go in and look. So we'll look at the use of grade level, high quality instruction drills. Right now, we know we're at 30% from the org. Have a number, we'll increase it to another number by 2026. Materials that are culturally linguistically responsive will increase as well. I need to get that baseline number of what we currently provide, and then we'll see what we can do to bump that up. And then again, guardrail 3, we'll just have to go and look who's differentiating, who's actually using differentiation techniques in the classroom, because that was another thing that, wasn't seen. And it could be examples, it could be lesson plans that indicate, it doesn't necessarily have to be there in that 10-20 minute observation. That's always the snapshot issue. I'm only getting somebody at that moment, but it seems to me it's very easy to show I am differentiating, and you'll see it, especially in elementaries. You walk in and they've got stations and they're all working on math, but there's one group that's really zipping along, and then there's one group that's getting support with an EA, and then there's another group that's getting help from the teacher, and you can just see there's some differentiation going on. So I think that's measurable. So those were the 3 we chose. Again, I think it's pretty basic.
I have a question on 3.2, just the wording, the percentage of instructional materials. So are we measuring literally that percentage of materials overall, or are we measuring percentage of students with access to culturally relevant instructional materials?
The issue on that, I have, that's the one I think is the weakest. I'm thinking it has to be the materials that are offered, because we could get into classroom libraries. These teachers go out and spend a lot of money on their own books, and they build pretty neat classroom libraries. I don't know how we measure in that, but those kids are accessing that. I think it needs to be looking at the basic core materials that the district is providing. Are we making an effort to provide materials that are linguistically responsive to those?
So, yeah, so my question was more on the wording. I understand that we can't measure everything that kids have access to. We can largely control what we're offering. Are we wanting to track the percentage of students? So that's the denominator, the students, changing what you have as in your denominator. Are we measuring the percentage of students with access to instructional materials? Or are we measuring percentage of instructional materials that are culturally responsive relative to overall instructional materials?
It would be hard to do this.
We'd have to see the students and see the materials in the classroom.
Would that be hard would it be hard? I mean, I'm just thinking out loud. Would that be hard to measure the students that have access and easier to measure?
Not the access, it's the offered. So if El Dorado adopts super awesome culturally responsive and Rio Grande doesn't, that doesn't solve our issue. So we could offer everything. So my question is, do we want to look at students who have access versus looking just at percentage of materials relative to materials overall?
Let us think about that. I think we're trying to wrap our head around how, but it's an interesting concept.
Well, yeah, and I guess it's sort of, what is the goal here? Is it just to offer more stuff overall, or is it to make sure that kids actually,
Not
kids who-
disagreeing with your goal.
okay, so that's fine. So then on 3.3, I had a concern around differentiation techniques, and again, how we're defining that and how we're ensuring that it's differentiation for the good of kids and not differentiating content to be below grade level. And so I was thinking of something like the percentage of teachers who have access to PLCs focused on looking at student work protocols, focused on differentiation or something like that. So really much more focused on how we're preparing teachers to differentiate, not just observing differentiation. And we'll just acknowledge that I know that's very related to Guardrail 5, which is sort of the resources and supports that we're giving teachers. And so that's where PD shows up. And so it's sort of two things. One, I'm worried about differentiation and to what end. And then two is just as we think about PD that's offered, can we push ourselves to think a little bit more about what types of PD? And so we've talked a little bit, and I think it was recently, about teachers don't use PLCs with a protocol to look at student work and to deeply examine standards. And so, like, should we push ourselves to make sure more of that is happening? So that's just some concern around differentiation here and really what else we could measure than just classroom observations. But I'll have more to say on the PD piece and possible changes when we get to Guardrail 5.
Okay. Any other conversation on this?
We're losing our steam.
I know we're losing our steam. We're definitely.
No, I think even before Board Member Gonzalez said anything, I did have it underlined. I said, what are these? What are differentiation techniques? I don't understand what that is. So maybe to her point.
That's what
I'm adding an asterisk.
Every minute.
It's what you do all the time.
It's what you do all the time.
Okay.
It's just, honestly, it's just a way to meet kids' needs. So you see a child and that what works with one child and you're teaching them the same thing.
No,
It's not.
I know what differentiation is. I'm just
But the
saying,
techniques.
what are the, like, how are you going to measure a technique? That was my specific, I know what differentiation is, but.
Huh.
Right, it's a question.
I-
We can move on.
Weren't you saying you're gonna just?
Yeah,
go in
well,
the
let's move
classroom
on and we'll,
see it?
I gotta, the PLC thing's interesting. You have to remember that not everybody has PLCs. So,
But we're pushing for change.
yeah, we're pushing for change, but again, it's gonna come down to that 1140 in terms of what we can afford. There's still gonna be some financial limitations, as much as everyone likes to think that we've just got a golden building here that I can sell and pay it all. It's just not the truth. So, I would love to see more collaboration for those elementary people. They deserve it. They need it. Hopefully with the time that we're gonna be able to buy, we'll be able to buy that. And then we'll be able to do it. So that, and middle school, right? So.
Middle school.
And I think guardrail 3.3 is just going to be hard to,
It would be.
I think it's going to be very hard to do. Just,
Intention was to look at the guardrail that you all decided on and try to break each interim into how do we, like, what are we gonna look at? You know, so again, we are up for what you feel would be a good mechanism or way to measure some of these things or what you were thinking in developing that guardrail.
So moving on to guardrail 4, not excluding parent, legal guardian, student and community voice and engagement. So guardrail 1, the number of times district leadership meets with an advisory group to provide information and get feedback on the implementation. We're contemplating keeping that advisory committee that we have with Attuned and trying to see how they could, maybe they'll stick for a little while. And if they're not all willing, maybe we can find some other replacements, but we like the concept and them.
Excuse me.
Guardrail 4.2, the time they use at district leaderships meet with family student roundtables to assure voice on district operations and decision-making that impacts student outcomes will increase from 0 4 times a year. This is something we've played with in the past where we've hosted, roundtables out in zones and people can come and visit with us. And then, looking finally, the percentage of families participating in the quality education and family engagement survey will increase, from X to Y. Yes.
I know these are district level goals, but I'm just trying to think if there's a way of integrating in things like participation in community school councils, participation in PTAs, PTOs.
You see that more in
and-
guardrail 5.
Okay, and then the other thing is, do we have, a couple of years ago, the PED directed us to have an equity council. Do we have an equity council? Does it meet? Does it do?
Dr. Gutierrez is reforming an equity council. We do have the Ozzie Martinez Council, which is,
Okay.
they meet monthly, and honestly, we need to give them more meaty things to work with, but we are trying to meet with them, and I think this stuff has been good because Attuned has met with them a couple of times, or at least once to go over it. So I think they're trying to go back.
But I think going back to, how do we get it into the schools, like, I think that is our intention, that these aren't just district,
Mhm.
like,
Mhm.
these are gonna be infused. So when it says, you know, what does parent, guardian, student, community voice engagement in school and district operations? So as we go in and meet with principals, we're gonna be focusing on asking them these questions. How do we get them to start thinking about that so that they're not doing things that then put him at a disadvantage? Like, oh, you said you weren't gonna do this, but you know, all these schools are doing this. It's our job to really work to tighten it up and make sure that we're all moving in the same direction.
The only thing I was going to add is on guardrail 4.3, and I think it's like going back to some of our earlier conversations about also looking at it zone wise or also subgroup, because I think we need to take a look of like where it's absent in terms of that participation in that quality education and family engagement survey. Anything else on these? Nope. Let's jump to guardrail 5. I know we're all.
Well, the reality is you've all read it
Mhm.
a number of times, and I'm gonna stop reading them to you, so I'll take your feedback. Watched all of you jump ahead, so. And I've already heard you have comments.
Who wants to go first?
Well, I'll go.
Okay.
So I think for me, the intent of the guardrail was, yes, to foster more staff engagement overall, but also to push the district to think differently about staff engagement. And so what I see here are sort of the static, already existing staff engagement opportunities, largely PD, plans for PD and instructional council. And so I think what I had more in mind was like really pushing us to think about teacher leadership opportunities. And so as we're going to put in place, as you are putting in place an entirely new instructional framework, can you establish a teacher leadership council that actually contributes to the scope and sequence, development of curriculum, development and delivery of PD, development of assessments for untested subjects, I think you catch my drift. So I guess I would just push to think a little bit about that. What are other teacher leadership opportunities? Because I think there's lots of really cool examples in other districts where they really have engaged teachers as professionals in some of these content development pieces. And since I made my prior comment about PLC participation and really digging into some of the work with standards and looking at student work, I just think that's another potential frame for thinking about PD. So you have the percentage of teachers and staff who receive professional development on newly launched or relaunched instructional materials. And so I think just really pushing to think about what is that PD and how can it be job embedded like PLCs and not just sit and get, because we know the job embedded is what works, not the sit and get. So if I were to make a change, it would be the percentage of teachers and staff who participate in job embedded professional development opportunities, et cetera, increases. So that was just sort of my initial feedback.
Okay. And just kind of speaking to the intent of what I was thinking that this guardrail 5 in addition is, what I'm hearing is that oftentimes programs are developed within the district and then principals or staff are just said, now go do it, but they aren't given any direction on how that is actually supposed to happen. And I don't see, but correct me if I'm wrong, I don't see any of the interim guardrails actually addressing like how, when implementation happens, how do you then support the staff so that they have, even just the baseline direction from the administration as to how this is supposed to be implemented, in what way, what goals are you, why did you implement this program? What goals are you hoping to get out of this program? Instead of here's a program, go do it. So if that intent is in here, please tell me where, show me, because I too am getting tired, but I think just to address what I thought the intent of guardrail 5 was.
And I agree. I was looking at it from that perspective, in that we want to get, if we are going to implement a program or a procedure in our district, that we need to make sure that we have a lot of staff voice. The professional development needs to be provided and scheduled, and essential materials and human resource to implement that program or procedure with fidelity. So I know that with Guardrail 5.1, at school sites, the instructional councils make a lot of decisions for the schools and for their particular school. And so we wanted to increase not just those who are on the instructional council, but more staff when they're wanting to implement something at maybe at their particular school site. When we as a district are planning to implement something, that we're getting staff attending the instructional council meetings to provide feedback to them, to make sure that we're getting that staff voice. That was where Guardrail 5.1 came in. 5.2, looking at what not if a school comes to us and says we want to implement this program, we need a sustainability plan so that we can know that we have the appropriate funding, high quality PD and materials and human resource in place so that we can do it well. And then the third one, teachers and staff who receive professional development on newly launched or relaunched will increase. So right now, professional development in many cases is optional, and teachers not all teachers take advantage of that. And so we're trying to shift that so that, you know, we are providing multiple opportunities. It comes back to that time, which is really tough in a large district. And when you have, let's, you know, just say one, say iReady is coming to do training. Like, how do you do training with so many teachers to go over so much information in a quality way? And so I think that was how we were thinking about this guardrail. And we do, like, I'm still learning stuff, but I know that we do have the teacher leader network and the TLFs within our schools that, you know, they're meeting and working as well. So it's leveraging all of those resources. And if we need to do it differently, then we'll do it differently. But again, it was more focusing on, we're not going to do something unless we can do it well. And these are the things that we're going to focus on.
You know, and again, I think looking at this, especially like on the last one, the percentage of teachers and staff is also sort of breaking it down by zone in terms of, you know, who's taking advantage of it and who's not, because I think that's also something that we could address.
And just communicating it, because I've heard a ton of teachers that have said they didn't get any professional development. They're expected to teach this, you know, new way, and they didn't get any. So then maybe the communication also is not getting out there. If they're telling us, you're saying they're getting the professional development, it's not mandatory, but then they're saying it's not even offered. So maybe there's a miscommunication there too. So.
And some data tracking. One of the things that it's just kind of been in my head, like, how do you as a district with multiple thousands of people keep track of what everyone received over the course of time? Because one of the things that many like other organizations track is, what is the cost of turnover? So when your people leave, they walk out the door with all of this PD that we paid a lot of money to get. And how could we retain them and kind of make those decisions about like taking good care of those resources that we put in. So I would say addressing this is going to require, it'll require some changes in how we track some of these things in order to answer the questions and make sure that the guardrails are working out.
A lot of it will have to be up to the teachers to track that they're doing it. Like that's almost impossible for you all to track thousands and thousands and thousands of people. So I mean, they're gonna have to, but they have to have the information and know that they can take this PD, then it's up to them to track it. And I don't know, hey, Dr. Bowman, you're awesome. They put it into the computer somehow and it's there. I mean,
There's
My-
a couple cool ways that people are addressing this, like there's a couple cool ways that it might work out. So they all require a bit more effort than what we're doing right now, but
yeah, I mean, like my husband has to take so many courses and the bar, if you didn't, they know you didn't. So same thing, my daughter has to take so many so it's like, there's a way to do it because they have to do it and it's up to them to make sure it's in there.
Same with social workers. If you have a license, you have to stay licensed and get your CEUs. So, okay, so let me just kind of wrap up where we are because it's after 10 and I know everybody's tired. So for the board, we just have to feel really comfortable because what we're about to do is to adopt our guardrails. And are we comfortable with these guardrails? Because, once we stop writing, they start interpreting. And I mean, I think we got a little bit of a taste in terms of what's happening with the interpretation of the guardrails as they were developing their interims. I mean, I guess the first question is, do we all feel really pretty comfortable with our guardrails as they're stated? No. I see one head nod, no. Like you feel like our guardrails, the ones that were.
Ours are good.
Ours are good. Okay. Yeah. So, because we're adopting our guardrails, but you remember that one of the coaching pieces that we had was it's always helpful to sort of get the interims before we adopt, because then it helps us to make sure that there's clarity. So for us on the guardrails, do we feel like based on the interims that we got, was there some good interpretation? Are we on track? It's maybe not perfect, but we're getting there. So, because we have to make a decision. If we're not ready to adopt our guardrails, we'll have to come back, but I'm hoping that we can adopt our guardrails. So that's kind of where we are right now. I see a head nod from board member Tapia Romero that you feel comfortable with our guardrails.
Good with ours. So obviously I know it's up to them to determine interim, and obviously we're giving feedback, but with what we've developed, I feel comfortable with.
And based on the collaboration tonight, because I think it's also with you, I mean, feeling comfortable where we are with guardrails at this point. Board member Gonzalez, you feel
Okay with them.
okay? Peterson, everybody's okay? You're okay?
Yes, and I just want to say I was very uncomfortable with interim or with guardrail number 2, but after seeing your interims, I am much more comfortable. So yes, I'm fine.
How about board member Dominguez?
I'm fine.
Okay. So Ashley wants to come on camera now. Come on, Ashley. She's going to give us a quick grade before we go to our next piece.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, so I actually was coming on just to reiterate what you just shared, President Montoya Cordova. And I want it to be really clear that if there is any discontent with the interims, your job that you have to do as a board is to provide clarity to your guardrails. So you add the clarity to your guardrails. You can't say, go back and change your interims or go back and fix your interims. The superintendent has to own that. So if there are changes that you want to see, you have to make those changes through your guardrails.
Oh.
So if you have any questions about that, it's kind of, if you adopt them now, then you're effectively blessing the interims as they are, because the interpretation of the superintendent's interpretation of the guardrails is the interim guardrails.
So, but with all of the feedback that we've had going back and forth, and we don't have the interims all like they need to go back and redo some stuff. So it sounds like we cannot adopt these until they come back with the interims.
You can,
Oh.
it's just a matter of what you feel comfortable with. So, the board has to make the decision. It has to be your decision. I can't tell you what to do. I can just give you advice as you make the decisions.
Well, and I think what we did is we went down the dais and we still feel pretty comfortable with the guardrails we have. We're seeing some head nodding with the district staff that we're close. We've given them some good guidance. So I think we're going to be able to get there. Board Member Gonzalez, I think you wanted to make a motion.
Yeah, so with respect to agenda item 7C, I'd like to make the motion for approval of student outcomes focused guardrails.
I'll second. This is Barbara.
Is there any other additional discussion? Hearing none, I think we'll go for a vote on this one.
Peggy Mueller Aragon.
Yes.
Danielle Gonzalez.
Yes.
Barbara Peterson.
Yes.
Crystal Tapia Romero.
Yes.
Josefina Dominguez.
Yes.
Brittany Jackson.
Yes.
Yolanda Montoya Cordova.
Yes, all right. So the next Board of Education meeting will be held on Wednesday, March 15th, 2023 at 5 p.m. in the John Milne Community Boardroom of the Allison Bruce King Educational Complex, 6400 Uptown Boulevard Northeast, or virtually at www.aps.edu. And the next special Board of Education meeting will be held on Wednesday, March 29th, 2023 at 5:15 p.m. or immediately following the Finance Committee meeting. Also here in the same boardroom and also on the same URL for online. And with that, we are adjourned.